a senior contributor to The Federalist. Her writings have also appeared in various national media, including the Wall Street Journal, National Review, and Newsweek. In addition, she's the author of several books, including the award-winning autobiography Confucius Never Said, which you all received a copy of, and her newest publication on foreign policy, Backlash: How Communist China's Aggression Has Backfired. Helen is a highly sought-after public speaker and commentator. Her media appearances include Fox News, Newsmax, One America News Network, C-SPAN, PBS, and numerous talk radio shows and podcasts. Helen serves as a member of the Colorado Municipal Bond Supervision Advisory Board. Previously, she also served as a board member of the Colorado State Advisory Committee on the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. In 2016, Helen was recognized as a distinguished Toastmaster by Toastmaster International for her achievement both in communication and leadership. In 2021, Helen won the Leader in Action Award from the Leadership Program of the Rockies. Please join me in welcoming Helen Raleigh.
Thanks, Jamie, for that very generous introduction. I wish my mother's here, so she will be proud. Well, let me begin by first thanks YAF for having me back here again. I always love to come back to YAF events, meet young people like you. You make me feel young and energized. I also want to extend a warm welcome, given some of you traveled a long distance here. I'm disappointed nobody came from my home state, Colorado, so we need to do better, Jamie. Next time, recruit some from the great state of Colorado. Have you ever heard this saying, quote, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it"? I see a nodding head, so some of you heard this quote. But how do you expect to remember something if you don't even know it ever happened because your history textbook omitted and the people around you painstakingly avoid teaching it? That's why I think one of the best value added for an organization like YAV is today you have the opportunity, today and tomorrow I should say, you have the opportunity to learn something that general public have no chance to learn, and you probably will not have a chance to learn it at the government-sanctioned schools. I want to begin by talking about my second uncle. He's the youngest brother of my dad. I never met him. He was born in 1959. At that time, a great famine spread throughout China. Everybody was hungry, including his mom, my grandmother. My grandmother was too malnourished to be able to produce any milk to feed her newborn. And there were no baby formulas available. So my grandmother hopelessly watched her child die in her arm. There is no greater tragedy in life when you watch hopelessly that your child die and you feel there's nothing you can do to save him. But my second uncle was only one of the 40 million victims of this great famine that began from 1958, lasted to 1962. So you may be wondering, how did so many people die in such a short period of time? What was the root cause of the famine? Was it the weather? Was it climate change? The answer is no. It was a man-made famine. And here, let me introduce you to something called Mao's Great Leap Forward movement. In 1957, long before any of you were born, I wasn't born then either, thank God, the Chinese Communist leader Mao Zedong, he's the supreme dictator in China. And he became impatient with the socialism, the progress of socialism in China. So he wanted to speed things up. He wanted to see China become industrialized and turn China from this backward agriculture society into an industrialized nation that can compete against United States and United Kingdom quickly. So to speed up China's industrialization, he set an artificial deadline. He demanded China to produce as much steel as the United Kingdom in 15 years. Why steel? Because back then, steel production was this benchmark, this ultimate measure of a nation's industrialization. So he set this artificial deadline, 15 years, 15 years. He wants to see China produce as much steel as United Kingdom. To put this into perspective, in 1957, China's GDP per capita was less than $100. You understand what the GDP per capita means, right? In United Kingdom, the GDP per capita was $1,400. So to transform a nation with a GDP per capita from $100 to $1,400 in 15 years, to say it's unrealistic is an understatement. But in a dictatorial regime, Mao's fantasy was the policy. It was not subject to debate. So the entire country launched into this massive steel campaign. The campaign went all the way down to village level. So in my father's village, where he grew up, the village actually had the production quotas, how many steels they were supposed to produce. So the villagers set up a backyard furnace to try to produce steel. Everybody had to chip in, whether you were an 8-year-old kid or you were 80-year-old senior, because they had to keep the furnace burning around the clock. So everybody had to take a shift to keep the furnace burning. In order to keep the furnace burning, they throw everything in there, from coals to wood to dry cow dung. Anything can keep the furnace burning. And in order to gather the raw material, they smashed anything with metals in it. So from scissors to cooking pot, anything, knives, anything into the furnace to try to produce the steel. With all this effort, instead of producing industrial grade steel that actually have some usage, what they produced were useless pig iron that cannot be used with anything. It needs to be further processed. But the backyard furnace did not have the ability to further purify the grade of the metal to make it actually industrialized, industrial grade metal. So with all this waste, tremendous resource and effort, it was a total waste of time, energy, and resource. But that's not it. Especially in the countryside, when all these people are involved to produce useless pig metals, it took away manpower that needed to take care of the field, the farms. But the farmers still have to meet the government's procurement quotas. So the village leaders who they were Communist Party members, they had no farming experiences. They decided to try untested and sometimes harmful, supposedly new technology to try to increase the yield in the field. So one of the methods they tried was, they naively thought, if you just plant more seeds within the same acre, somehow the yield is going to increase. It may make sense on paper, but the plant seeds actually need room to grow. So this deep, close plantation did not increase the yield in the field, but instead it depleted the soil. So they couldn't really meet the government's required production quota. So what they did, the officials were lying. They make fake numbers, fake production numbers. So instead of say, we did not have a harvest, they say we had twice the harvest this year because of this new technology. And guess what? When the central government received these fake numbers, they increased the quota for the next season. So that started a vicious cycle. The more the local officials lied, the more the central government increased the production quota. So in order to meet the production quota, farmers were forced to hand in everything they had. including the grains they saved for their own family survival, as well as the seeds they actually need to keep for next year, for the following seasons. There were many farmers who tried to resist. They were tortured, they were beaten up, they were imprisoned, and some of them were executed. Any kind of resistance was violently crushed. And with these combinations of lies, failed experiments, and the absence of labor, and the violent requisition practice, all those things led to the Great Famine from 1958 to 1962. That an estimate of 40 million Chinese people died in those few years. Besides his baby brother, my father also lost his maternal grandmother, as well as his aunt and her family of 5. I know 40 million sounds like a very big number. So to understand the scale of this atrocity, let's take a look at what happened in World War II. So the total death toll for World War II worldwide was between 40 to 50 million. So the Chinese Communist Party committed an atrocity within a few years that resulted in the scale of death that equivalent to a world war. Let that number sink in. I want to see a show of hands. How many of you today is the very first time you heard about the Great Leap Forward movement or the Chinese famine? Good, thank you. So I assume those of you who didn't raise your hand that you heard about this before. That's great. I really appreciate that. Does it make you wondering that communism as a regime that was responsible for over 100 million deaths, but most people do not learn it at school? Why? It's because that the ideology, their supporters of the ideology, never believed that ideology was evil. Instead, they said that the people who were in charge then didn't do it right. That's why they think they know how to do it right today. And we see communism / its close cousin socialism come to us in different forms. Fortunately, there are many survivors of communism, including myself, wrote down and produced artifacts to preserve the atrocity of communism. Each of you received a book today about my family's experience, Confucius Never Said. And if any of you care to send me your book report, I'll be glad to publish an excerpt book report in my Substack newsletter. Believe me, I made all my nieces read my book and write me a book report. But in all seriousness, after each atrocity, we say to each other, we vow to each other, never again. But I say today, never again is not enough. Because knowing the history is not enough. Remember the history is not enough. The most important thing is we learn from the history so we can avoid to repeat those mistakes as well as the tragedies that happened in the past. As you heard most recently, that in China, people are protest against the government cruel zero COVID policies. And the people who leading the protest are young people around your same age or maybe a little older than you. Do you know why? Let me give you an example. Especially for young college students in China. Last 3 years were hell for them. Their college campus was like a giant prison. They were not even allowed to take a shower regularly. In order to go to bathroom, they had to make appointment with their hall monitors. And that's just a few examples of the kind of inhumane policies. And the person who's responsible for this policy is the leader in China right now, and he acted as if he just like Mao from decades ago, because his will is the policy. Doesn't matter what kind of disasters his policy has caused. So Chinese people finally had enough, and they bravely, courageously rose up last weekend and to say enough is enough. And I don't know if you're aware, to be able to go out protest the government policies is incredibly dangerous in China. It usually leads you to imprisonment. So we should cheer them up and appreciate our ability here to exercise our freedom and especially our First Amendment to free speech. But you may still wondering, okay, you told us something happened several decades ago. How does that apply to me here today? Here's a timely example. The fanatics of climate change / green energy movement. I wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal recently to compare those fanatics that are promoting the climate / green energy movement to the Great Leap Forward movement back in China. I received a few "how dare you" emails and comments online to say, how could you compare those two? You know, we have good intention. That's not even close. Let me share with you a few similarities why I think those two movements actually have more similarities than people realize. First, both movements had the top-down approach imposed on the general public by impatient elite. Remember earlier I mentioned the Great Leap Forward movement because Chairman Mao was impatient with the slow progress of China's industrialization. So he wanted to make things happen by sheer will. Same thing with the climate change / green energy movement. The elites, despite years of subsidies and the policies favored the green energies, even today, our energy sources, if you look at all our energy sources, solar, wind, all the green energy combined together represent less than 20% of our energy sources. So fossil fuels still provide close to 80% of energy sources, okay? And our elite became impatient because they keep warning us. Every 10 years, they tell us, you know, the earth is going to, we're going to lose the earth in 10 years. When we reach the 10 years mark, they were like, oh, we meant the next 10 years. But they keep urging us, we need to do something now. They want us to do something now. They want us to get rid of fossil fuel now. So that's the first similarity. The impatience of the elite forced us to act, bend to their will. And the second similarity is this artificial deadline. Remember earlier I mentioned that the Chairman Mao wanted to see China catch up with the United Kingdom in terms of steel production in 15 years. Why 15 years? There's no scientific analysis to decide that 15-year benchmark. He just wanted to see 15 years sounds like a good number. Well, similarly, the EU announced that they want to cut the greenhouse emissions by at least 55% by 2030. Why 2030? Why 55%? Because it sounds like good numbers. And here, the Biden administration, quote, they plan to achieve a 50 to 52% reduction from the 2005 levels in the economy-wide greenhouse gas pollution by 2030. Again, why 50 to 52? Sounds very accurate numbers. We can't even predict what tomorrow's weather accurately, but our bureaucrats decided they are going to cut the greenhouse emission by 50 to 52 by 2030. Artificial deadlines. Again, as I mentioned earlier, despite years of subsidies and the policies, green energy, the so-called green energy, still only represent 20%, can only meet 20% of our energy needs in the entire economy. The rest, we still have to rely on fossil fuel. But the demand from the climates, they are divorced from reality, the law of nature, and economics. And they made themselves become the laughing stock. Have you heard, many of you from California, so you probably heard this summer, not so long ago, your governor announced California going to eliminate all gas stations by 2030. Why are they so in love with the number 2030? 2030 is going to be a hard year. Oh, I should say 2035. It's slightly different, 2035. So the week, 1 week later, after the governor made that announcement, California state government urged electronic vehicle owners not to charge their EV vehicles because there's an electricity shortage. So for those of you who live in California, by 2035, you better have strong legs. Because if you can't charge your EVs, you're only allowed to drive EVs. So if you cannot drive EVs, you better have strong legs. You can walk to places, okay? So that's another similarity. And then another similarity is both movements shut down public debates and dissent. Try to go out on the street and announce you do not believe in climate change and you are for fossil fuel. You're not going to go into prison, but the cancel culture will shut you down socially, professionally, and probably even economically. And the most crucial, last but not least, the most crucial similarities between China's Great Leap Forward movement and today's green energy movement is they both result in disasters. I got some pushback when my article was published. Some people say, you cannot possibly think green energy would cause famines like the Great Leap Forward movement did. Well, let me share this with you. Europe today is going to face, is quickly in the process to face an energy-driven recession because Europe has aggressively shutting down its coal plants, its nuclear generators are cutting back, refuse to finance oil or gas productions, and banned fracking. So particularly in Germany, you know the winter is coming. German government has been shutting down traffic lights and advising German people to learn to take cold showers and prepare extra jumpers to prepare for a cold winter. So Germans' green movement has resulted in tremendous reduction of standard living in Germany. Guess what? Germans responded by stockpile wood because they're going to burn wood to keep themselves warm. You know what's hurt the environment worse? Wood burning. Wood burning not only damage the environment, the air, but it's also bad for people who has asthma and have health issues. So in the name of saving the environment, Germany is making the environment worse. But that's just one aspect of the devastating effect of the green energy movement. Another aspect is about the food security. If there's only one thing you remember, you take away from today, well, actually it should be two things. First thing is you should walk away knowing, many of you probably already do, communism is evil. But second thing that we do not talk about very often, I really, really want to emphasize today, is that energy is food. Food is an extension of energy. Let me give you an example. The worldwide population just hit 8 billion. You probably heard about 8 billion people. The only reason farmers are able to produce enough food to support 8 billion people on this planet, even at the same time when the numbers of available farming land had been reduced, is because of one thing: synthetic fertilizer. Synthetic fertilizers are considered one of the most magic invention in human history. it drastically improved the yield per acre. That's how the farmers were able to produce enough to support a growing population on this planet. Does anyone know where does synthetic fertilizer come from? Yes.
It's nitrogen from the air. They use so what they do is they pretty much combine that nitrogen with hydrogen to basically like they use nitrogen from the air and combine it with like soil and use that and put that into soil in order for the plants to grow. But to do that process, it's a very long industrial process. I think it's a lot of heating and a lot of energy usage to actually put the air nitrogen into the soil.
You know what else has that nitrogen? Natural gas. 90, but you know, your answer is generally correct, but it's not from air, mostly from natural gas. Yeah, so if you look it up, between 80 to 90% of the synthetic fertilizer come from natural gas. So if you cut back natural gas production, guess what happens? The price of synthetic fertilizer going up. The price of synthetic fertilizer going up, the farmers going to have to respond by cutting it back. That means it's going to reduce their production. And synthetic fertilizer is just one aspect of how important energy is to today's modern farmings. Farmers also need the diesel field to run their tractors and their productions to both planting as well as harvesting. They need the diesel to ship their productions from place to place. Farmers need the propane gas to keep their grain dry, so their grains can be stored for a long time. Most of those elites, I should say almost all of them who advocate for green energy have no idea how much today's modern farming depends on energy, fossil fuel. That's why I really, really want this to sink in your head, that energy is food. Food is the extension of energy. So what happens? What happens when we do not use synthetic fertilizer? Well, ask people in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is this very small country in Southeast Asia. And they did an experiment. Last year, the government, at the urge of the Rockefeller Foundation, they banned synthetic fertilizer overnight and went to organic farming. This year, this nation, this small country, that the rice is a staple food for people there. They not only need the rice to survive, they actually, exporting the rice productions in order to exchange for foreign reserves to buy other necessities. Okay, so this nation used to be when they used synthetic fertilizer, they used to be self-sufficient. This year, after they banned the synthetic fertilizer, the rice production dropped 50%, more than 50%. The price of the rice went up 80%. There were widespread hunger, and the hunger led to political unrest. People were so angry, they rushed into the presidential palace and drove their president out of the country. That's what happens when you do not allow farmers to use synthetic fertilizer. That leads to hunger. Actually, even President Biden, as well as the president of the World Bank, they are among the people who predict that there is going to be a worldwide famine in the coming year. Of course, they refuse to blame themselves for their policies, but even they cannot avoid it without gloomy prediction, because energy is food, and food is an extension of energy. So I do not think it's a far-fetched idea to compare the disastrous result between China's Great Leap Forward movement to today's, I call, Green Leap Forward movement. And not only when you cut back energy fossil fuel production, not only it's increase the price of the food and reduce the produce for people. Also keep in mind, like produce such as corn and soybeans, they're also important animal feed. So when the price of inputs going up, farmers naturally cutting back. And we see food, go home, ask your mom and dad, they probably will tell you how much the food inflation has gone up. So for the first time in decades, people in the West, from United States, United Kingdom to Germany, first time started experiencing a decline of standard of living because of our war on fossil fuel. So I want to clarify, I am not anti-environmental productions. I do think as a global, as a human being, that we each have the responsibility to be a good steward of our environment, to do what we can to take care of it. But I do not believe having a war on fossil fuel. I do not believe a policy that divorced from reality, from logic, from economics, from nature is actually is the right approach. And I think you should, as young people, you often hear this, that the future is yours. And I don't think that you should accept a lower standard of living. You should not accept other people's policy failure as a fact of life. Do you really want to just wear extra jumpers in the winter, take a cold showers, and half starving? Do you really want to envision that is going to be the life that you are going to live because of somebody else's policy mistakes? You are not saving the environment. And if you look at the history of America, United States today is the only advanced economy that's actually reduced carbon dioxide emission, CO2 emissions, because our fracking, our usage of natural gas. We have abundant production, energy resource of natural gas. And those actually, we are the only major economy, not even Europe. Despite Europe's war on fossil fuel, they actually have to resort to turn on their coal plants from time to time because the sun doesn't shine all the time, the wind doesn't blow all the time, and there's a lot of shortcomings with the energy stability of green energy. So United States is only major advanced economy actually see a reduction of CO2 because our entrepreneurial spirit as well as creativity and innovation. So here's the lesson I want you to take home is that through innovation, creativity, and the free markets, you can both take care of the environment, leave your children and grandchildren with a beautiful environment, as well as maintain or even improve standard living, not just for you, but for people around you, for the rest of the world too. So if your intention is really to do something good for the future generation, do not declare war on fossil fuel. Think it through innovation, creativity, and the free market. And really, the essential lessons from China's Great Leap Forward movement is this. Politicians' insistence on a total transformation of a society through sheer willpower, while ignoring reason, logic, truth, and the law of economic, inevitably result in catastrophes. As Mark Twain reminded us, quote, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes." Europe's energy crisis, California's power outage, and the lower quality of living we see in Europe as well as here in the United States, those are all the warning signs that today's green energy revolution has set humanity on a fast track to another man-made disasters. So that's why I say, never forget is not enough. I hope you will take the historical lessons I shared with you today, but most importantly, I want you to do whatever it takes to avoid repeating history in your future endeavor. Thank you, and God bless you.
We will now take questions. Please state your name, where you're from, where you go to school, and just one brief question, please. So if you would just raise your hand if you want to ask a question.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm from Buchanan High School. And my question is, are there any other similarities other than the ones you named between the Great Leap Forward and the climate change policies that the government has issued?
Are there any other similarities? Okay, so let me first repeat. Everybody heard the question, right? So she's asking, are there any other similarities between what I just listed? What did I list?
They both result in disasters.
Yes.
It's from the top down. There is an artificial deadline, and both movements discouraged dissent and opposition.
Yeah, very good, by the way. Let's give her a round of applause. I would also, if I have more rooms in my article, I probably would also add that they're anti-science. As I mentioned, I didn't go into detail. They're anti-science, right? You cannot expect just because you plant the seeds more, you reduce their natural growth, the room that they need to grow. Somehow it's going to naturally increase yield, right? That's just ridiculous. Same thing as with green energy. Again, sun does not shine all the time. Wind does not shine, or wind does not blow all the time. You still need the fossil fuel to back them up. And I also want to add, green energy is not really green. Because what makes solar panel? Metals. And how did the metal, and who's dominated the solar panel production? China. And the reason the price of solar panels have been greatly reduced, not because there's any technology advancement, because we know how to make solar panels, since the 70s. The reason the price of solar panels came down is because China used slave laborers, as well as used cheap coal. Coal is very cheap in China, and the whole production process to get the metal out of the ground in order to turn them into solar panels is actually very energy intensive. So only China doesn't care. So they use slave laborers as well as cheap coals to produce cheap solar panels. And the solar panels does not last forever. At the most, they last for 10 years, right? And California today, because California promoted solar panels sooner than other states, California today has a huge problem of how to dispose, recycle the useless solar panel who pass their usage. California now has a huge problem, and they just throw them into the landmines. Those things do not melt, into the ground. They do not provide nutrition to the ground. So again, the environmentalists choose to see what they want to see. They don't see all these other things behind. I think that's another similarity. And the third one, the last one I'm going to give you is the good intentions, right? Mao could say he had good intentions. He wanted to transform China. He wanted to transform China from a poor country to a rich country, and he wanted to speed it up. Same thing with green energy advocates. They want to save the planet. They want to protect the environment. But a good intention does not always lead to good results. So you cannot judge a public policy based on the intention of the people who are promoting it, what their intention is. There's another famous saying, you probably heard of it. If you haven't, you can write this down. The road to hell is often paved by good intentions. And people who believe in communism, socialism, Marxism, and Leninism, they always claim they had good intentions. Those who failed, they just didn't do it right. But the people who came after them, they know how to do it right, okay? Nobody knows how to do it right because it's an evil ideology. It's against the human nature. That's why it fails everywhere. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I go to Gerstel Academy, and that's in Maryland. So, first of all, I really enjoyed your talk. It was very informative.
Thank you.
So, like you stated, one of the similarities between the Mao's Great Leap Forward and green energy was the shutout of public dissent and public discourse. So, with that toxicity of the cancel culture environment and it even affecting professional careers, how would you recommend students like us speak out about that without maybe damaging our futures?
That's a really good question. First, I say have no fear, because if you speak out now, given today's environment, it will have some it will cause some damage, unfortunately, right? It may hurt your college applications. It may hurt your reputation. It may get your friends, boycotting you. So my first advice is have no fear, because you have to be honest with yourself. My parents always tell me to live an honest life. As long as you do not lie and you can sleep at night, because lies keep growing into lies. So you need to have no fear to try to live an honest life. And also, I noticed that when I say something, I know it's kind of risky, but as soon as I said it, I do get hate mails a lot. But I also get people sending me emails and call me or text message saying, I'm so glad you said it, because I think the same thing. I just, I'm so afraid, I'm so afraid losing my job. Well, that's my second recommendation is, maybe it's a little young for you, but become an entrepreneur. Nobody can cancel you. I mean, I shouldn't say nobody, but it's harder to cancel you if you're an entrepreneur. You're not relying on your boss to give you a paycheck. You're relying on customers. So, I work for myself. I provide good services. So I'm not afraid to be canceled because all my clients loves me. I do a good job for them. So I would say become an entrepreneur. Learn to take a risk. But it's really important to be honest yourself, have the courage. Because when you have the courage, when you stand up to say something, you actually will find, yes, you may get hate, but you're also gonna get love, because there's so many people share what you're thinking, what your beliefs are. And a third thing is, we should support people who speak up, right? If you, for any reasons, understandable reasons, that you do not want to be the one, come forward to say something, but you see somebody else did, whether in your home, in your community, or at schools, let that person know you support them. Give them emotional support. Even if you don't have to do it publicly, support them emotionally. Even send them a text message and say, hey, I hear you, I agree with you, I admire your courage. Those messages that I got, even though none of them is really material, but it means so much to me. It helps me continue this fighting spirit, because I know I'm not alone. I know if I fall, there's gonna be other people, to try to catch me. And that's a tremendous comfort. So the more we have the courage to speak up, the more we're united to support one another, especially those who do have the courage to speak up, because it's not reasonable to ask everybody to do that. And the more we try to be entrepreneurial, be creative, produce innovations that help with the environment, but do it in a reasonable, logical, economic way. The more we can do this, then the more we can move this world in a better direction. So, thank you. Okay, I'd like to see a question from the back rows, because I know people like to have the back row. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ashton Fry. I'm 17. I go to Trinity Christian High School in Monterey, California. And my question is, how will the green energy movement affect more poor third world countries, and how will it affect the people's lifestyle?
Oh, that's a wonderful country. Thank you, Josh, for asking that. It already has a tremendous effect, because all the international organizations that are led by Western elites, they refuse to financing fossil fuel projects. And so think about it. If you live in a third world country like Sri Lanka, right? You never experience the standard of living that we experience here, the results of the fossil fuel. So you never even get to live in that kind of standard of living. And then now the international organization tells you, no, we don't want you, we want you to go organic farming. We do not want you to finance the fossil fuel. Guess what? You're never gonna get out of that misery and the poverty. And that's exactly what's happening in the third world countries right now. And what's even disgusted me even more is what's happening in Africa. So now, because of the Russian invaded Ukraine, there's an energy shortage, especially with natural gas. And the EU is scrambling to secure natural gas supplies. Guess where they went? They went to Africa. Even though they still refuse to financing natural gas production in Africa. But they are now in Africa paying more to secure what limited natural gas production from African nations. Of course, we know, unfortunately, that many governments in African countries are very corrupted. So of course, they're gonna sell whatever limited amount their country produce to the higher bidders. So they're left to their own people. I mean, they don't even have coals. You know, people they couldn't even burn coal. Even coal is very expensive. Again, international organizations are not even financing it. So people are burning whatever they can. We feel food inflation. Over there, poor people couldn't even afford to buy a loaf of bread. They're just not experiencing food inflation, hunger, starvation. It's already happening in those countries. So we do not see that. The global elites do not see that. But I'm so glad you asked that question. We have to think about our actions, our policies do not just impact us, because we also lead all those international organizations. We inadvertently setting policies for other nations, the rest of the world as well. We have a tremendous responsibility to other people. So thank you very much for that question.
Hello, my name is Noah. I live in Santa Clarita, California, and I go to Trinity Classical Academy. And out of curiosity, how did your family escape China?
It's in the book. Well, I will not comment about my family for their safety, because not all of them are here. But for me, I came here as a student about 26 years ago. So I came here for grad school. That's how I was able to escape China. Also, I have to give them, the Chinese government a little bit of credit, because they did open up China. Because prior to me came here, China basically has this, the Communist Party has this self-imposed isolation. So, you know, nobody couldn't go out, nobody could come in. But since the 1980s, if you know, familiar with China's history, since the 1980s, some of the Communist Party members were pragmatic. They recognized communism did not save China, it failed China. So they want to at least grow China economically to save their own governance, you know, in China. That's how they imposed limited economic reform and open up China to outside. That's why people like me could come to United States to study, and that's how I got out of China. Yeah, so thank you. But it's in the book, so. Any other questions? Are we still talking about natural gas?
No. So you said that I'm Philip Wu, and I'm from Laguna Hills High School.
Hi.
And so you said that free market and innovation and creativity is what leads to, like, obviously more actually a greener, like, what's it called? Green energy economy in a way. But I also wonder, like, whether the current green revolution thing that's happening, not green revolution, but you know what I mean?
It is green revolution.
It's kind of, but it is, I feel like the green revolution is also driving innovation, and even more quickly than what you said about the free market economy. Because currently, like, even though they are crazy and they don't actually take a like perspective into like all the economic effects and what's actually happening, it is still driving innovation, right?
Yes, I agree with you. I'm not against the green revolution. You know, I'm not against the green energy, but I think green energy movement does not have to come at the expense of, let's just replace the fossil fuel today. That's what I'm against. Because to me, it's not reasonable, right? Because we had a green energy movement for the last at least 2 decades. But even after 2 decades of subsidy, you know, today, coal plants do not get subsidies. Nuclear plants do not get subsidies. Green energy gets tremendous subsidies. Why is Tesla so successful? It's from government subsidies. Who can afford a Tesla? Upper middle class. You know, so they're sucking up the electricities. So I agree with you. Green energy as a result of innovation and creativity. I'm just saying, let's not divorce that from the reality, from logic. You know, let's not say, just because we want to support the growth of green energy, we are going to eliminate fossil fuel today. But unfortunately, that's the approach from, you know, the elitists as well as the fanatics of green energy movement. They want to eliminate, you know, 2030. Okay, maybe not today, but by 2030. How do you eliminate 80% of energy sources by 2030? We're 8 years from 2030. How is that different from Mao's 15 years we're gonna produce, you know, 15 years we're gonna make our economies 14 times bigger than the United Kingdom. I mean, just it's totally ridiculous. So I'm for innovation and creativity, but I don't think those should divorce from reality. That's really my objection is. Does that help?
Yeah, it helps.
Okay, thank you. Your last call.
This is our last question.
Hello, my name is Isabella Estrada. I'm from Heritage Christian School. And I was wondering, you brought up a lot of ways that how fossil fuels is necessary for our food and for our standard of living. And you brought up like synthetic fertilizer and stuff like how we need nitrogen and gasoline for farms and stuff like that. And I live in a very agricultural community where we produce most of California. I grew up in the Imperial Valley, and we produce most of California's agriculture that gets output to the other states as well. And I was wondering, like, what sort of innovations do you see like people to do? Do you think it's possible to make it less reliant on fossil fuels? Because I agree, I don't think that it's right to say, oh no, we're gonna stop using fossil fuels in our food production and we're just gonna get rid of that. But do you see it's a possibility as people being able to make that a more green and less reliant on fossil fuels, or do you think that that shouldn't be done?
Thank you for that question. And I will throw that question back to all of you, because I'm not here to produce innovation and creativity. That's your job, and that's your future that you're trying to save. Again, as I said, I am not against environmental protection, and I do believe we all should be good stewards to protect Mother Earth, right? If there's things we can do that's less damaging to the environment, we should, by all means, to do that. But we should do it in a logical fashion, based on reason, based on science, based on data, and also think about all the intended as well as unintended consequences. You know, I want to leave you with this. If some of you are probably gonna go into public policy, you have to be aware. Public policy fundamentally is about trade-offs, okay? Because we have limited resources. So when you have a public policy, it's about trade-offs, and you have to know. That's why it's going back to good intentions. Because I'm sick and tired of politicians, both from the left and the right. When they promote something, they always talk about their good intentions. Good intentions do not often bring good results. You know, public policy, you need to be able to make trade-off to say, how is this policy actually with both intended and unintended consequences, or your innovation, your next creative, creative output, let's just say, how is that actually going to benefit as many people as you can, and at what cost, right? Again, if you look at the solar panels, people who drive Tesla, they only look at, oh, I'm just plugging this right now. I'm not using gasoline. Where do you think electricity come from? Again, 80% of electricity was produced by fossil fuel. So you cannot, and that's a trade-off, right? And you have to be able to challenge that and if you're gonna be able to innovate and create something that not only better for the environment, but also eliminate or minimize all those other trade-offs, then that's a really, really good approach. This is not against the solar panel, this is not against the wind turbines, but again, you have to think about why do you evaluate your output, your creativity, your innovation, as well as a public policy. You have to be honest with yourself and others, challenging them to think about the trade-offs, especially those unintended consequences. They can't justify something simply based on good intention. Remember, the road to hell is often paved by good intentions. Thank you.
Keep it going for Helen Raleigh, everyone. Okay, we're gonna take about a 6-minute break, so be back in your seats at 4:10, please. If you need to use the restroom, they're downstairs, and then snacks are in the back of the room. There are also pens on the back table.
them. If you do this all the time, what kinds of societies do we create?
And it's Friday. Jonathan Capehart and David Brooks give their take on President Biden's pushing Democrats to shake up their presidential primary calendar for 2024. All that and more on tonight's PBS NewsHour.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
Pediatric Surgeon, Volunteer, Topiary Artist, a Raymond James Financial Advisor, tailors advice to help you live your life. Life well planned.
and with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour, including Jim and Nancy Bildner, and Kathy and Paul Anderson.
The landscape has changed, and not for the last time. The rules of business are being reinvented with a more flexible workforce, by embracing innovation, by looking
All right, if you could take a seat if you haven't already, please. All right, I have the distinct privilege of introducing our next speaker, Daniel DiMartino. Daniel DiMartino is a PhD candidate in economics at Columbia University and the founder of the Dissident Project. Born and raised in Venezuela, DiMartino experienced the terrible consequences of socialism firsthand. After leaving Venezuela for the United States in 2016, he dedicated himself to explaining how socialism destroyed his homeland, advocating for its freedom, and stopping this ideology from being implemented in America and anywhere else. Daniel has appeared dozens of times on national TV channels such as Fox News, CNN, and has written for the USA Today, National Review, and other news outlets, and speaks regularly at college campuses, high schools, and events all over the country. In 2022, DiMartino founded the Dissident Project, the only speakers bureau in the nation that sends young immigrants to high schools at no cost to teach students about the evils of socialism, of socialist regimes they fled. DiMartino is also a graduate fellow at the Manhattan Institute, where he focuses on high-skill immigration policy, and the Freedom and Opportunity Fellow at the Job Creators Network, advancing free market economics and reaching out to the Hispanic community. Please join me in welcoming Daniel DiMartino.
Hi, everyone. When was the last time that you guys went to a pharmacy? Was it recently? Has anybody been to a pharmacy last month or something? That's a lot. I went today, went to CVS in Carrillo Street, I think it is, the street here, because I had to pick up a prescription and I forgot to bring it when I came from New York, and I just called the physician's office and I told them, hey, I was literally on my flight in JFK and I remember that I forgot the prescription and I didn't want to miss it. And so I called, can you send this prescription to Santa Barbara, California? And they said, yes. It was a 5-minute call while I was on the airplane. And they sent it. I came here and I picked it up. That would have been impossible 6 years ago when I lived in Venezuela, right? That would have been a procedure where I would have gone to the pharmacy, I would have waited hours, they wouldn't have given me the drug, they would have taken me my fingerprints, they would have told me that it's over my quota, they would have told me that it's not available, or maybe I would have had to bribe someone to get it. That is what socialism made the country do in difference with what happens in the United States. While there is no medicine, while there is no food, while there is lack of electricity, of water in Venezuela, we in the United States can do things that seem normal for us, but aren't really normal. They're miracles. It is a miracle that you can go from one place to the other and find anything you want. Yes, of course you have to pay something, but we're talking about things that the overwhelming majority of the population can afford to eat, to live, and to have a life that's dignified. Now, to understand how socialism destroyed Venezuela, we have to understand how Venezuela was before socialism took over. Can you go to the next slide? And how Venezuela was when socialism took over. Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to show you some pictures. So, Venezuela was a country where not only between 1940 and 1960, the population grew by over 20% just out of immigration from other countries. People from the Middle East, Christians from Syria and Lebanon, people from Colombia, from Peru, people like my grandparents from Spain and from Italy came to Venezuela seeking opportunity, because back then Venezuela was the 10th freest economy on the planet, the 4th richest country by GDP per capita. It was so rich that Caracas, this is a picture of Caracas in 1960, had, according to American economists, more cars per capita than New York City. There were more cars per person than in the city of New York in 1960 in Caracas, Venezuela, than in New York City, New York State, United States. That is how wealthy Venezuela used to be. It was so wealthy that boats like this one, the Veracruz vessel, came in 1956 carrying my grandfather, on my mom's side, who immigrated from Spain when he was just 19 years old. at that age, not only was he able to come without a high school education, he was able to open a parking lot where he washed cars and he parked them in front near downtown Caracas. And he was able to save half of his income to send in remittances to his family members. Can you imagine anybody in the United States who does not have a high school degree saving half of their income? I can't. I can't even imagine most people with college degrees saving half of their income in the United States. Now, that is how wealthy Venezuela used to be. Of course, he was living in very precarious conditions in order to save half of his income, but he was not living in the streets. You know, he actually had a place to sleep, you know, and his wife, and then my uncle and my family. My grandfather from my dad's side, who immigrated from Italy to Venezuela the same year, he started making shoes by hand and selling them by the pair. That's a picture of him making shoes in downtown Caracas as well. And from that, he was able to buy his own shoe store, his own shoe factory, ultimately become a millionaire, and then lose everything, and then become a millionaire again, and then lose everything again. And then obviously, you know, the factories that he built are actually still left in Venezuela. They're just bankrupt because of the situation of the country. And from the life that my grandparents had, my parents had a very different life from the one I had. My parents grew up in a country that was hopeful, in a country that people came to, in a country that they were able to go from, in one generation, not having a high school education to having a college degree. To not only having a college degree, but being able to travel abroad, to you know, make friends from all over the planet, to have a very different type of life. My parents got married and had me. I'm very grateful that today my parents are able to be with me and are right behind in the audience. They had a life where in the country that was one of the freest nations in the world economically, people were able to prosper. But how did that prosperity, how did that happiness end in what we see today in Venezuela, that poverty, that disaster? This is a photo from 2010. I was 11 years old. I'm in the bottom right, so younger than most of than you all. And while I was growing up, I started noticing things changing in the country. You know, sometimes my favorite food or my favorite products from my favorite yogurt, my favorite thing from the grocery store, they would just stop selling it. And it wasn't because they discontinued the product. It was just because many things started to disappear. And after a country that received millions of immigrants from all over the world turned into a country where that pack of cash that I had in my hand was the price of a movie ticket. Imagine having to carry a pack of cash, of say $100 bills, because that was the largest bill in Venezuela, and that would be the price of going into a cinema and going to watch whatever, the new movie of Indiana Jones that's gonna come out. I don't know if you guys watched the trailer, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna watch that one. And so that is the situation in the country. In the country with the largest oil reserves on the planet, Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the planet, if you didn't know. People have to line up for gasoline. You know, Milton Friedman once said that if you gave the desert of the Sahara to the government, after 5 years, you would have a shortage of sand. In Venezuela, we gave the largest oil reserves in the planet to the government, and after several years, we had a shortage of gasoline. It is the exact same thing happening, except that for sand, it is for gasoline. And while it is funny, it causes a lot of disasters and a lot of suffering, right? It is not funny to have to be in a line for over 24 hours to get gasoline, get assaulted, robbed, or maybe kidnapped while you're waiting in line, only to get gas so that you can go to work and you can feed your family. And not only was there a shortage of gasoline, not only was there hyperinflation, but shelves that used to be full of things, that used to be full of products, now were empty. Now the Venezuelan regime told us not only that we couldn't buy things, you know, at a certain price, or not only did they take over some companies, but they started telling us which day of the week we could go to the grocery store. Imagine that not only are things not available, but the government would tell you, based on your ID number, say your social security number, which day of the week you can go and buy things from a store. Because my ID number in there in number 1, there was a period of time in which I could only go to the grocery store Mondays and Saturdays. My dad too, because unfortunately he also entered in number 1. My mom had Tuesdays and Saturdays. So, you know, it was Tuesday, so it gave us more slack, right? Because the issue with having the same day is that you don't know when the truck full of things is going to arrive to the store. Therefore, you would rather have different days than just one. You know, this is all things that you don't have to think about in the United States. Imagine having to go through your daily life thinking about, is there going to be electricity in my apartment tonight? Do I need to go up the stairs? Do I need to take the elevator? You know, we had my grandmother living at home. She couldn't go up the stairs, all that. Sometimes we had to make her go up the stairs. She needed to go up the elevator. I got trapped in the elevator so many times, I can't count. My grandma has elevator PTSD. It is just all these little things that make your life unlivable. It is things that make me, you know, sometimes I think maybe I should go back to Venezuela and visit some friends. And then I think, what would it be like when I landed? I would already be stressing over the fact that, will there be water? Will there be electricity? Are they going to rob me? Am I going to find the things I need? It's that psychological warfare that socialism caused in our heads. And of course, as a consequence of all these terrible things, shortages, inflation, crime, you know, lack of water, electricity, gasoline, people want to leave Venezuela. This is a picture of the bridge one of the bridges between Colombia and Venezuela, the Simon Bolivar Bridge, and all those people are Venezuelans going in one direction, and that is out of the country. Venezuelans are the largest refugee crisis on the world. This is something the media doesn't tell you for a very good reason, and that is that Venezuela not only is the largest refugee crisis in the world, but it is also the only of all the large refugee crises caused by socialism. It's not caused by a war. There are no chemical weapons being thrown into the population to kill them. Surely there's crime. Surely there's lack of food. But this is not, you know, Russia invading Ukraine. Yet there are 7.1 million people who have left our country. There are only about 6.5 million Syrian and 6.5 million Ukrainian refugees. Where have they gone? They have gone everywhere. They have come to the United States. Most have gone to Colombia, Peru, Chile, Brazil, other countries in, you know, Spain, other countries in the world. Today in Colombia, over 2 million refugees live there from Venezuela. Over 2 million live in Peru. Peru is over 10% Venezuelan now. Just them. And interestingly enough, for all the people who say that the United States is a racist, a xenophobic country, or whatever they accuse us of, the reality is that Venezuelans are highly discriminated in the rest of Latin America, but not in the United States. I know friends who have lived in Panama, who have lived in Peru, who have lived in Argentina, who because of their accent, because that's how you differentiate people from Latin America from different countries, you guess by their accent. That's literally the only sure way to know where somebody's from. They will tell you, go back to your country because you're from Venezuela. Or they will tell you, you know, they use other despective words to our nationality, something that none of these Venezuelans have ever experienced in the States. But all of this is to arrive to the point, how did the richest country in Latin America, how did the fourth richest country in the planet go from that to being one of the poorest in the world and being the largest refugee crisis in the world? How did a country that received millions of immigrants go from receiving them to sending them? How does a country go from exporting oil to exporting people? And that is the story of Venezuela, and that is caused by one thing, and that is socialism. It is not corruption in general. It is not the oil industry, it is not US sanctions, it is socialism. And it is because of these three specific policies that all socialist regimes try to implement. And these are nationalizations of the means of production. That is what? The government comes and takes over your business. The government came and took over, literally, the president of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, walk in the street, go around people's stores and go, expropiese, which means expropriated, which means the government takes it over. And by executive decision, they can take over your property. No compensation required. And even if there was compensation, the result would be the same. Then, not only would they take over people's property, supposedly because the state can manage it better, right? Because the government can do a better job than you can to run your own business. The many businesses that were left private were subject to massive government intervention. And that is price controls and currency controls. If you wanted to import something from abroad, the government would have to approve international trade and award you the foreign currency. Not only would they control international trade, but they would control domestic trade. If you wanted to sell something at a price that you agreed upon with somebody else, the government will tell you no. This is the price of coffee beans, this is the price of rice, this is the price of steak, this is the price of chicken, this is the price of flour, of toothpaste, of everything you can imagine. That is a price cap. The consequence of a price cap, if you learn a little bit of, intro to microeconomics, is that if you cannot profit from selling something, why would you sell it in the first place? If I tell you, does anybody here run a business or sell things at school? I used to sell some things in school. You did. Or things you make. If the cost of making something is $10, and the government comes and tells you that you can only sell that product that costs you $10 to make $9, would you even make the product in the first place? No. Why would you sell at a loss? So you just stop selling. And that's what many grocery stores had to do. And that's why we had shortages in the first place. So people had to turn into the black market. My mom, to supplement her income, she started making chocolate bonbons. So that is, like if you, I don't know, we did it for like marriages, first communions, usually religious occasions that people hired her to bring the chocolates, the desserts for the party. And that required, what was the main input of chocolate bonbons? Chocolate, right? Well, the government decided that it was up to the government to regulate what the price of chocolate would be. And that price, of course, was very low for the producers, for the agriculture, for the farmers of the beans, for the processing facilities. So we had to go buy it in black bags hidden from the police, put it in the car, hoping that nothing would, nobody would find out. All of this was illegal. It was illegal to buy chocolate and to sell chocolate bonbons. So that woman right there is a chocolate trafficker, okay? And that is a serious crime in Venezuela. Thankfully, she's not there, right? But that is what the government made us do, and that is what socialism is. It's government intervention in the economy to an excessive degree. And then to top it all out, the reason we had hyperinflation is that the government came on and said, it is your right to have housing. It is your right to have healthcare. It is your right to have education. It is your right to have food. Because let's be honest, people go and talk about the right to healthcare, but before healthcare, there's food, okay? Food is more important than healthcare. Food came before hospitals, okay? Humans have been feeding themselves way before we created hospitals. And if something should be a right because it's necessary to live, it should be food, right? So the government came and said, all of these things are your right. And because they're your right, we're gonna give them away for free. And that means we're going to subsidize it heavily. We're going to have all these social programs designed to give the poor all these things at no cost, bring these bags of food to people, build public housing for everyone, build new hospitals, build new universities so that anybody can get a free college degree everywhere. College degrees that end up being worthless because it was just a machine of papers and certifications, not actually of learning. But regardless of that, all of that costs money. And where did that money come from? Well, Venezuela had the highest, largest oil reserves in the planet, but the oil industry production was not keeping up because, the incentives just don't work when it's a government enterprise, unlike a private enterprise, right? Why does a private enterprise work? When you sell things, you said, right? What is your goal when you sell things? Make money. to make money. That's right. But how do you make money? You try to reduce cost and increase revenue. You increase revenue by increasing sales, and you reduce cost by maybe trying to find the cheapest material that your customers are still satisfied with so that you don't sacrifice sales. But what does the government do? The government does not maximize profit. The government maximizes votes. Politicians maximize votes because they want to stay in power. How do you maximize votes? You don't want to increase sales and reduce costs. You want to increase costs. You want to hire more people than you need. You want to lower the price so that people are happy and vote for you. And you end up bankrupting everything the government takes over. It's not because Maduro or Chavez were evil people, which they are, or they were, but it's because everything the government takes over will always go bankrupt. And what's the best example in the United States? It's USPS. It's the Veterans Administration. USPS is bailed out by over $1 billion almost every year by Congress. We pay for it. It's not true. Your cost when you go to USPS doesn't actually cover the cost of USPS. You end up paying it through taxes. That's deficit. If the government took over not just USPS, but banks and grocery stores and oil companies, then believe me, the deficit would balloon. And what happens when the deficit balloons and you can't pay for it with your tax revenue? You print money. What happens when you print money in excessive amounts? You have hyperinflation. It's the same thing that happened in Germany in the 1920s, in Zimbabwe in the early 2000s, and in Venezuela today. Now, why is Venezuela such a unique case? Why should you even care about Venezuela? Well, because Venezuela is the only country that ever elected its way to socialism and destroyed a once prosperous nation. Venezuela used to be the 10th freest economy in the world in 1970, according to the Fraser Institute, a Canadian think tank. And by 2021, it was 165th place. 165th out of 166. So there's only one worse in the countries ranked. If you go from the 10th freest to the second least free country, then you are clearly an experiment of how do you go from capitalism to socialism in real time. Gradually, of course, 1970 and 2021 are 50 years apart. Chavez was there from, a little before 2000. So it's not just Hugo Chavez that diminished Venezuela's standing, it was the democratic governments before as well. Yet, in the West, we have people who blame this very clearly caused situation not on socialism, but on Venezuela being an oil-dependent country or on corruption. It's just that they managed it wrong, and on US sanctions. Now, let me very easily and quickly debunk these three myths. The first one is really the weakest of these myths, which is that Venezuela became poor because oil prices went down. Has anybody seen what oil prices are nowadays? They went a lot up from 2014, okay? It is not about the oil price. And the best way to see this is that after oil prices have gone down, you have never seen millions of people escaping Saudi Arabia, okay? Where women weren't even allowed to drive until recently, where they're a desert, where they can't even grow food, and they're definitely dependent on oil more than Venezuela has ever been because of those geographic characteristics. Yet you don't see Saudi refugees in the millions, walking out of their country. Why don't you see millions of Saudi refugees if it's about the oil industry? If it's about corruption, let's be real. There's a lot of corrupt countries in the world. There's not a lot of socialist countries in the world. Mexico is a very corrupt country. The rest of Latin America are very corrupt countries. There are many countries in Africa that are perhaps even more corrupt than Venezuela. The question, though, is not just about whether they're corrupt or not, but also what causes corruption. How could a government official steal money from the oil company if it wasn't owned by the government in the first place? In other words, not only is corruption not a cause of a massive refugee crisis of the millions, but to the extent that corruption exacerbates Venezuela's problems, it is caused by socialism in the first place. Because you cannot have most of this corruption if the government is not involved in the economy this much. And then it's the sanctions. This is I think, the most evil of the excuses, because it's an excuse that's clearly wrong. Chronologically, it makes no sense, because most U.S. sanctions that actually attacked Venezuela's economy or the oil industry happened starting in 2019, by the time that most Venezuelan refugees have already left, and when the country was already in hyperinflation. And the sanctions were really only on the state. But you can now send money to Venezuela, you can travel there, if the Venezuelan regime lets you, or you can do anything you want to Venezuela. You can send food. There are companies based out of Texas and Florida that send boxes full of food, toilet paper, basic necessities, home to home in Caracas. This is a very developed remittance business, okay? You don't have that in Cuba. You don't have that in Iran. So in other words, Venezuela is the least sanctioned of all these countries, yet it's the worst. Iran, a country that is not only authoritarian, corrupt, friends with Venezuela, its regime dependent on oil, most sanctioned than any other country on earth, perhaps except North Korea, where you can't even send a piece of mail to Iran, even less money. Probably the US authorities will come and search your home if you were to send money to Iran. That country doesn't have millions of refugees fleeing to Turkey, its neighboring country, or to, Turkmenistan or Iraq or Azerbaijan, Armenia. Iranians aren't fleeing in droves. Why aren't they? They don't even have religious freedom. They don't even have women's rights in Iran. Yet you don't have millions of refugees fleeing Iran. Because in Iran, people can feed their families. And they can feed their families because Iran might be authoritarian, might be an Islamic republic, but Iran is not a socialist country. In Iran, you have private enterprise. In Venezuela, you do not. And despite this, there are people who say, I just picked out these two articles from which were published in Fox and in Yahoo Finance. Here's why you can't blame socialism for Venezuela's crisis. Or falling oil prices caused Venezuelan crisis, not socialism, Marxist economist says. This is what these people are promoting in the United States. Not only is this what they're promoting, but this is an op-ed from 2013 when Hugo Chavez passed away, which is titled Hugo Chavez's Economic Miracle. By 2013, Venezuela had over 50% inflation, which is more than the United States has ever had, okay? If that is an economic miracle, imagine what those people want to do to us here. That means they want to actually make us like Venezuela. Because if you think that there's an economic miracle happen elsewhere, of course you want that miracle to happen here. But who are these people? This guy who wrote this last op-ed is David Sirota. He has a Wikipedia page. On his Wikipedia page, you can see, and you can, the important part is that he was the speechwriter and senior advisor for Bernie Sanders in the 2020 presidential campaign. A guy who almost became president, who almost became the Democratic nominee, who today is the chair of the Finance Committee of the Senate. This senator who hired this man writes the budget of the United States. This is an organization called the Democratic Socialists of America, which might seem like an obscure thing, but they have hundreds of thousands of members. And this is an organization of really radical and evil people. They brought to New York City, and I went to this event, three people who worked for the Maduro regime in Venezuela, for like mayoral and other political organizations. They brought these three women to speak in New York City, Manhattan. They were making a tour around the United States, blaming sanctions for Venezuela's problems. And so when I read that this group was coming, I talked with my Venezuelan friends from New York, and we all showed up. And we all kind of like mixed in the crowd. Oh yeah, we registered as if we were socialists, right? And then when the time for the Q&A came, we raised up our hands. They didn't want to let us Q&A, and we just protested the whole event. They shut it down. They didn't want to answer any of our questions, of course. But the reality is that these people shouldn't even be allowed to enter the United States. These are international criminals, okay? This is not a political difference. The Maduro regime and these people, the Democratic Socialists of America, have met with Maduro in Venezuela. These are American citizens traveling down to a tyranny to meet with the tyrant. And then they claim that they don't want to make America like Venezuela. They just want to make us like Denmark, right? I have never seen them meet with the king or the queen of Denmark. I have seen them meet with Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela. And this, you know, they posted it on Twitter. This is not like made up pictures. Like, they're boast about it. They're very proud. And we have 4 members of Congress in this country who are members of the Democratic Socialists of America. Now you tell me if you think this is okay, because I don't think it's okay. I think that if you want to increase the size of the welfare state, if you want to increase taxes or something like that, we can have a conversation about those things. But this is clearly a much darker operation to try to take over the United States and turn it into something like Venezuela. Because otherwise, you would not be affiliated with an organization that travels to Venezuela, meets with the dictator. You would not praise or blame Venezuela's crisis on something other than socialism, certainly not on the United States, right? Because not only is it wrong, but it's also pretty egocentric to think that everything that happens around the world is the fault of the United States, okay? Not everything has to do with America. I love America, but these people need to get over the American, you know, privilege, guilt, blame game, whatever they think that everything bad that happens is our fault. It is not. And this is Maduro meeting with the 2 founders of the Black Lives Matter movement, the official organization, in 2015 in Harlem, New York City, before he was banned from entering the United States. Now, Maduro, in addition to 3 of the other main members of the regime, there's more, but I only could fit these 4 in large pictures for you, are actually indicted by the Department of Justice, and Maduro has a $50 million price on his head and $10 million for the others, 2 of whom have actually, the 2 on the right have actually been captured and are in US custody. And this is a real, I did not make this up. Like, I actually copied this from the Department of Justice website. I did not make this up, this image. So these are international criminals that American citizens are supporting and meeting with. And our law enforcement agencies don't even take action on these Americans. Now, how is this related to these myths that, you know, these people just want to make us like the Nordic countries? Maybe, you know, Venezuelan socialism is wrong. I think we can all agree with that. Maybe Nordic socialism is different, right? Well, let's begin. How to think about so-called Nordic socialism, what the government system is in Denmark, in Sweden, and in Norway. These countries have a lower tax on corporations than the United States. Norway, Sweden, and Denmark tax their corporations, or like, you know, businesses that are not sole proprietorships, but like listed in the stock market, you know, say Apple, Google, etc., at around 20 to 22% per year there as a rate. The United States has a federal corporate tax of 21% plus many state taxes on top of it. These countries don't have state and local taxes on corporations. So, and this is even after Trump's tax cut, right? So even after Trump's tax cut, we tax corporations at a higher rate than the Nordic countries. If we were to follow Joe Biden's and the Democrats' plan, we would actually be taxing them at over 50% higher rate than in those countries. So these so-called socialist countries tax their corporations less than we do. Okay, maybe that's what socialism is like, right? The average tax burden on workers in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, that is the worker making the average income in those countries, not the same income in the United States as there, but like a worker making the average income in each of these countries, what's the tax rate they pay on average and all of, combined from all the taxes the country imposes? All those countries tax workers at a much higher degree than the United States. We're talking about around 35% for Norway and Denmark and over 40% for Sweden. We are really between 25 and 30%. Why? Because we have the most, hear this out, the United States has the most progressive income tax system in all developed countries. What does that mean? It means that we tax the richest 1% at a rate much higher than the bottom 50%. Why? Because the bottom 50% of Americans pay almost no income tax at all after all the deduction on tax credits. In all these countries, everybody pays income tax, okay? and how they fund their very generous welfare systems is by taxing everyone. It's not by taxing the 1%. The math doesn't work out. Even if you were to take all the wealth, and I'm not talking income, I'm talking wealth, like you were to come and Joe Biden will go and say, Jeff Bezos, you don't own your home anymore. You don't own, Amazon. We're taking all over, all the wealth. If you were to take all the wealth of the richest people in the United States, you wouldn't even be able to pay for Medicare for all for the next 10 years. So this isn't even about, should we do it, should we not? It's that even if we were to do it, it's not enough money. The money's not there. The math doesn't work. These countries understand that. And so what they do is that they have a 20% sales tax on every product that everyone pays. Now, there is enough wealth there because we're talking about all the population, which spends a lot of money. Now, not only do these countries tax corporations at a lower rate and workers at a higher rate, but they actually balance their budgets. They're able to balance their budgets by taxing everybody at a very high rate, but also by not overspending over the promises they make. And their debt is actually going down. Our debt is greater than our economy. Their debt is barely less than 40% of their economy. We're talking about their debt as a share of their economy is actually less than half of ours. So look, if socialism is about lowering taxes on corporations and about balancing the budget, then I'm all in. But it's not just that. It's that today, according to the World Bank, it is easier to start a small business in Norway, in Sweden, and in Denmark than in the United States. That is a good thing. For them, it's a terrible thing for us. Supposedly capitalist America makes it harder to start a small business because of all the red tape that we have imposed over the last several decades. And that is not just a federal government problem, it's a state and local government problem. It's something that we all can do things about by contacting our state legislatures, by getting involved. And so, why do I tell you all of this? I tell you all of this because we are being told a lie about what socialism is and what it would imply for the United States. We're being told that they want to make us like the Nordic countries, but the policies they propose are the policies of Venezuela. And if you impose the policies of Venezuela, you're going to get the results of Venezuela, not the results of Denmark. I'm very happy to have a discussion about what the Nordic countries do, because I actually think we should be copying the Nordic countries on many things. I think we should lower corporate tax. These countries have school choice for every kid, like Arizona just passed. These countries, balance their budgets. Yes, these countries tax their population more. Maybe that's something we're going to have to do to balance the budget. At the same time, we cut spending. This is something that we need to negotiate and talk about. That is not socialism. But socialism is what they're proposing. They're proposing to take over businesses. They're proposing incredibly, comprehensive antitrust legislation that would control our businesses. During the pandemic, they tried to impose price controls on goods and services because they were concerned of price gouging. Now that oil prices go up and inflation is up, they blame greed. They don't blame government spending. That's exactly what Chavez did. So let's have a reasonable conversation about these economic topics. It is so much so that it is about policies and not about, the person that's in power, that today Venezuela looks very different. No, stay before where you were. Sorry, guys. Today Venezuela is very different from what it was 4 years ago. Today in Venezuela, the government has lifted all price controls. The government has even allowed you to use US dollars to pay for things. What's the consequence? Despite the same people being in power, the same evil, drug trafficking murderers being in power, shelves are now full in Venezuela. There are no more shortages. Now people can spend in US dollars like they do here, no problem. They're shielded from inflation. If that can happen in Venezuela, it can happen here. If it's about the policies and not about the person in power, if you impose price controls in the United States, I can assure you will get shortages. In fact, we did. The reason we had a baby formula shortage very recently in this country was because we actually forbid imports of baby formula from abroad. And there's only 3 American companies that make it. There was a problem in some of them. They had to take it out of stock. Why do we ban importing baby formula? It's ridiculous. So these are all the things that we have to think about. It's not black and white. The next time somebody tells you about how socialism is a good thing, how, we need to, socialism is just taking care of the poor. Anything that the government does is socialism. The roads are socialism. No. Socialism is a government takeover of the means of production. That is the actual Marxist definition of socialism, okay? Socialism is not the government coming in and having a tax credit for the poor or whatever. Socialism is government takeover of the means of production. And it is control of your enterprise. It is control of the price system. It is, yes, excessive taxation to the point where they take over, an extremely high share of your income can also count as that. But socialism is not what the Nordic countries do, and socialism is certainly not a good thing. The next time you go to a pharmacy or the next time you go to a grocery store, what I hope that you do and what I hope you take out of this talk is that you see around you the miracle that we're living in because we have the freedom to trade, because we have the freedom to buy what we want without government intervention and sell what we want without government intervention. When I went to the grocery store in Venezuela, it was a very different experience from what I have here. And now around me, I see that we have the light bulbs on, the electricity goes on. I'm not concerned that in my apartment I'm gonna run out of water or that I'm not gonna be able to buy eggs for the next day. I don't accumulate food, okay, which we used to in Venezuela because we were afraid. You need to be grateful for these miracles because if we lose sight of the miracles and the great things that we have, then we will also lose sight of why we have them. And we have them because we're a free country. And so always be grateful for that and take care of it because you guys are young. I left Venezuela when I was around your age. I was 17 years old. And it changed my life for the better. And I hope that you never have to make the same decision I made to have to leave my own country because of the decisions that other people made about my own future. Thank you.
So we will take questions now. Once again, please state your name, where you're from, and just one brief question, please.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm from Buchanan High School. And my question is, you said that we need to become more like the Nordic countries and cut away all the red tape. So how do we start getting rid of all of, well, not all of the government regulations, but at least some of them that make it more difficult for us to do things like start small businesses?
Yeah, well, I think we could easily get rid of like half of all the things the government forbids us from doing without any problem. I mean, the country was running really well in the 1980s, 60s, 90s, and we had a lot less regulation than we do today. I see no reason why we couldn't just go back the clock in government activity, back to in almost everything, except some technology, right? But, I think a good start is a lot of the things the states forbid people from working when they move elsewhere. We have a system where 1 in 5 people in the United States have to get a license to practice their job. We ask people in many places to get a license to even be interior designers. Because God forbid somebody paints a wall orange or purple or whatever color that the government doesn't like, right? We have so many stupid things because of special interest groups. Because other interior designers are very happy that fewer people become interior designers so that they get more work and they increase their prices, right? And the same thing happens with physicians and the same thing happens with, a lot of other, hairstylists. The same thing happens with a lot of other professions. And, some states have taken the step to just say, if you have a license from another state, you can practice here. You don't need to get a license again when you move here. Imagine being a dentist or being a physician. You live in Arizona, you move to Utah, their state right next door. You can't practice your job again. You lose your job. Because you have to get another license, thousands of hours of practice, thousands of dollars of money. Why do we do this? Well, it's clear it's because somebody's getting the benefit, but the costs are much higher. So we need to get rid of these things. And I don't think that this is a partisan issue. I think it's very bipartisan to say that we need to, get rid of these regulations. So that's where we would start at the state level. So anybody else who has another question, so yeah.
Hi, my name is Gabe. I'm from Paso Robles. I'm enrolled in Mother Divine Grace. And my question is, what is the best way for us to prevent socialism from happening and to preserve the rights that we have here in America?
Yeah, I'm a big believer that the change starts at home. And we are not, we're not going to go out and just speak to one person and suddenly they're going to go from believing these things and in 1 second, the next, they're going to become like Ronald Reagan fans, right? But you can make huge impact in the people that love you and that you love and that are close to you. Because the first step to persuading someone is that person believing that you have their best interest in mind. And that's very difficult to do with a stranger, because the truth is that you don't really have the best interest in mind of everyone. You have your own best interest in mind. And you do have the best interest in mind of your siblings, of your parents, of your future children, of your friends. And you can actually start persuading them over time. And so my advice to you is twofold. One, be an exemplary citizen, because exemplary citizens, unfortunately, people make stereotypes, okay? And if you are that person who believes in free markets or set this opinion, and then you are a bad person, they're going to think that all of us are like you, or like me, or like any of us who they meet. But if you're a good person, they're going to think that all of us are good people too. And they're going to see you in a different light. And so that's the first advice, be good. And the second advice is talk about politics in your family in a respectful way, in a civil way, but always talk about politics, because a lot of families in the States, in my experience, certainly not in Venezuela, because politics was every day living in a dictatorship, but in the United States, many families say, we don't talk about politics at the dinner table, and the consequence is that students just learn about politics in school, and then it's the teachers who talk about politics to the kids. So that's why, and if you can go to the next slide, please. Now I can actually show it. That's why I started the Dissident Project, which is an organization that sends speakers who lived in socialist countries like myself, like your next speaker, Grace Jo from North Korea, to high schools at no cost to tell our stories of what we lived to high school students. Because what we want is to sow the seed that the next time somebody hears about socialism, they don't think about Denmark, which is a false argument. They think about how I met Daniel from Venezuela or how I met Grace from North Korea. And when the politician wants to propose those things, they're going to say, wait a moment. I know these people, this is not right. Like, let's think this better. So those are my two tips.
This is our last question. If you could control, my name is Ellie Dana, and I am a student of MODG, Mother Divine Grace. If you could control the future of America, what would be your first step?
Well, I mean, that's a powerful, that's a lot of power that you gave me. You should not give that power to people. I would never allow anybody to control the future. That would be the first thing I would do. And no, but in all seriousness, certainly what I would, if I was president for one day or something like that, which I will never be, because you need to be a natural born citizen, so that's okay. If I had the power to be president for one day, what I would do is, I think that the most impactful a president could do today to increase quality of life for the citizenry is twofold, and it's about actually trade and immigration. I think we impose a lot of trade barriers with our allies that are senseless, like this whole thing with baby formula, that we would have just solved it with Mexico and Canada, and we didn't. And I would literally lift all trade barriers with all US allies immediately. And I think that would immediately lower the price and increase, in effect, the real wages of Americans, but at a very high extent very quickly. And it would prove to be very popular. And then the other thing I would do is that we have really arcane rules for immigration in this country. And that's especially for high school migration. And that's part of why I work on that with the Manhattan Institute. I actually have 2 reports coming up December 15 and 22nd on what I would do. And I would do what comes out in those reports to reduce bureaucracy. We really need to change how the government works. And there's a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of things that presidents can actually do to make regulations, quicker and people be able to move or to start businesses much easier. So that's what I would do. Thank you, guys.
All right, keep it going for Daniel DiMartino. All right, we'll have a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll get going with our next speaker.
Introducing Grace Jo. Grace Jo was born in North Korea, a place where she almost starved to death as a child during the Great Famine of the 1990s. Jo's father was tortured and starved to death for the crime of leaving the country in search of food for his family in China. Jo lost most of her family during this time, and in 1998, Jo's mother concluded that there was no hope for her family in North Korea. On Jo's 7th birthday, she, her mother, and her older sister crossed the Tumen River into China. For 10 years, the family hid in China in fear as undocumented North Koreans, moving between locations frequently to avoid discovery. During this time, Jo was caught and repatriated to North Korea twice, spending time in Chinese and North Korean detention centers and a North Korean orphanage. In 2006, Jo and her family were granted protection by the UN High Commissioner for Refugees in Beijing and allowed to enter the United States as refugees in 2008. Today, Jo volunteers as Vice President of NK in USA and is a full-time college student. Please welcome Grace Jo.
Good evening. Well, it's my great pleasure to be here today, and I feel like you all are very special chosen people here to hear all those great stories from Daniel and me. Well, I don't want to share those information that you can search online, but I want to share something that I suffered and I lived it through from my country and from my families and that we have been through. My country is North Korea, which is the communist country. And when I hear the Daniel's presentation, I feel like, yes, definitely we have common, because North Korea already been through all those socialist system changes and adaptations, and now they are a solid communist country, and they are controlling individuals, entrepreneur owners, families, and individuals. When I was 6 years old, only memories I have was I was fear, I was cold, I was hungry, and I had no hope. And I was the third girl in the family, and I had 2 younger brothers below me, and I have 2 older sisters and 1 older brother. So I had 6 total siblings in the family, and my father, my mother, and my maternal grandmother. When I was 6 years old, I think that was 1996, and between 1996 to 1997, North Korea faced the Great Famine, which was the farming failed, business failed, there's no trade happening, and the government started to control everybody. So a lot of people, they are not able to find a way to survive because government shut down their rations to the people. Normally, they gave rations to families and workers from the government, which is like rice, potatoes, and all those food that they can get. But suddenly they stopped since 1994 when the Kim Jong-il became the leader of North Korea. And when the rations stops, of course, people were very shocked, and we don't know what to do because there's no way they can start a business right away. They have no way they can find alternative ways in North Korea. And when someone tried to do the alternative business in North Korea, of course, government started to control them and say this regulation says no and that policy doesn't allow. And one by one, those people are dying. So mass hunger, starvation happened. So massive North Korean defectors died. And according to the UN, there's about 300,000 North Korean defectors. Almost 2.5 million people died during those Great Famine. And my sister also, when she went to school, middle school, she also witnessed some little child died under the bench. And it was frostbite. And he was hungry, and he got beaten by someone else, and he died without any hope under the bench. not only one person, but at those great famine, we witnessed so many people in the village that were dying as well. And my family was not an exception. I was born in middle-class family, but when the Great Famine hits, those thieves came to our house and they took everything that can make money. They took it away. And those thieves, they came 3 times, and even those silver spoon, they took everything. So my family started to had a debt, and they couldn't pay off all those materials my mom lended from, and started to have financial difficulties. And since then, we slowly didn't have rice to eat, and we didn't have any food to eat. And slowly we were starving day by day. And I remember when I was 6 years old, about 10 days straight, we didn't have any food to eat. So I was drinking cold water only during the daytime and nighttime. And those water we were carrying with small bucket, and then we were carrying those water from nearby river, put the water in the big jar in the house, and then we were drinking that water for 10 days straight without any other food. We didn't have any salt, we didn't have any rice. And adults, my father and my mother, they tried so hard to fight for food. They also made some like gloves, hats, and clothes in the house by sewing with the hand and trying to exchange with food in the cities and in the little market in the countryside. But we didn't have any electricity in the countryside or even the city as well. So only 2 hours, maybe sometimes if we are lucky, we will have electricity, but normally we don't. So what we did was we had to burn the dried wood skin as a fire torch. And I was the young, and I was able to assist my mom by holding the torch next to her, and she was sewing like each stitch and make gloves and hats and be able to sell it next day. And the funny thing is, the next morning when we wake up, of course, we will pointing each other and laugh at each other. You know why? Because when we burning those dried tree bark or tree skin, all those ashes, when we breathe through, all those ashes will stay under the nose. It will become like a dark ash stain. And then we all pointing at each other, oh, you looks like a Japanese soldier. And we were pointing at each other and laughing at each other. We were hungry, but family, so we were laughing, and we had some small happiness moments from here and there. The next memory I have was one day, it was early spring, and my mom, she was collecting those stones from our yard and trying to plant some corns and some vegetation in front of her house. So she was cleaning the farm. And one day she ran into the house and yelling and telling my grandmother and said, Mom, I found 6 newborn mice. And then my grandmother, she was so excited and said, oh, that is the best nutrition we can find here. So they both ran out, they collected all those 6 newborn mice, and they brought it in, and they were discussing how they can cook it. They never cooked it before. So they were talking about dry it and bake it or grill it or boil it, and they were talking about an hours. And then finally, they decided to boil it with water. And then the next question is, who is gonna eat? I was 6 years old, and my younger brother was 4.5, and my youngest brother was not born yet at the time, and my 2 older sisters, my grandmother, we all were malnutrition, so we all skinny, like with the bones, and we didn't have any energy to walk or fight for food. But my grandmother, when she raised me since I was 2.5 years old, so I think I was lucky one. I got picked, and I was able to drink that mice soup. And that was my first time I was tasting the meat soup in my memory. If you ask me how does it taste, I don't know. It tastes like a meat soup. It didn't have salt, so there was a little bowl of rice with meat soup, but it was like a gray color, of course, mice protein. So it was nutrition food that I can recover from the malnutrition. After I drank that miso soup, about 2 weeks later, my yellow hair started to turn to the black. And when my hair was like really thin and it was really sticky, so it doesn't really listen my comb. So 2 weeks later, it started to come down and my belly started going in and I started to have energy to walk around in the house. So if you are malnutrition, you should be able to find a miso soup later. The next memory I have is when my youngest brother was born. Right before that day, my family received a message from one of the messenger. My father, he went to China for 3 times illegally during those difficult times because he had one distant relative who lived in China. And when his child are dying by starvation, he wanted to go to China and get some help. But at the time, getting the visa, getting the passport is very expensive. They all say education free, health free, and getting passport, everything free, but it's not actually free. You have to bribe those officials who get the signs and everything. So we didn't have that enough material to bribe those officials. So my father gave up getting the legal document. So he went to China illegally for 3 times, received bags of rice from China, and that became the crime. And he went to the prison in the countryside. And from the countryside, there was a detention center, and he had to go to the bigger city to get the trial. And on the way, he was transporting from countryside to the city. The train took more than 3 days. And in North Korea, all those trains, we don't have any glass windows. And those trains runs by electricity, but it will stop in the middle when the power out. So you will stop in the middle of the mountain until the lights coming back. So those transportation took more than 3 days, and my father, he was handcuffed on a train without any complete seat or stand position, and he was beaten severely. He didn't fed, he was dehydrated, and then one of his inmates came to our house and told us the truth story was he just passed away on a train like that position. But officials who was responsible for transporting him to the city, he didn't want to take that responsibility. So he told the city prison guards that my father was trying to escape from the train and ran toward the China side. And then the officer found out and shot him to death. So the city prison, the city government, they gave us a small letter. And that was the morning when we received that message from this messenger. He was standing in front of a door and then read that letter and say who was running from the train and running toward to the China side. So our officer shot him to death. And that was the shocking news we received. And we all cried that day. And the next morning, my mother delivered premature baby. It was dark down. We didn't have any light. We didn't have any food. It was cold house. And now we have lights on the ceiling like this, but we had holes in the house like that. So we can see the moonlight through those holes and those winds blowing into the house. It was a concrete floor. My mom started to have a pain, and my grandmother assisted her with big scissor and assisted labor. Our youngest boy was finally born, but we didn't have any food to feed to my mom. So my oldest sister, when she returned back from long trip to look for the food, she couldn't rest. She has to step up again and look for the food. And she promised to us that the latest will be the 12 a.m. tonight or tomorrow I will be back with some food. That promise never met, and it's been 23 years, and we don't know what happened to her. After we lost our father, our oldest sister, my mom was, after labor, a week later, she went a trip to look for my missing sister, and that took about 2 months. And during 2 months, my another older sister, she is Esther and 4 years older than me, and she was 10 years old at the time. And she was holding the newborn baby, walking to the villages, and begging those moms who have a baby and begging them milk. And please give us milk, feed this baby. Of course, 1 or 2 times it worked, but if you go every day, who's gonna give that milk to you, because they also have a babies and they also have starvation. So about a week later, we didn't have any way to find a milk. So what we did was when we go to the mill work, I don't know if you guys know about the mill work, but there's a little hut and then there's a little concrete hole with a wood piece, but we will put the grain inside and then using the manpower to make that grain break it in pieces and then collect it. So when we go to the mill work, we will collect the leftover skins, which is corn skins or bean skins. And then we will put those skins again into that hole and we will make it, smash it even softer powder. And then we collect it, come home, make a porridge and feed the baby. We didn't have any powder or any other food. But the baby, miracle, he was trying so hard to eat those food, even though it was very rough and hard for us to swallow. And that took about 2 months. And right before my mom returned, about 3 days before she returned, our youngest brother, he did not breathe anymore in the morning. So my grandmother, she took him outside and buried near the house. And after my mom came back the next day, of course, she brought out a lot of milk powder and rice and a lot of baby stuff. But when she saw the baby is no longer on the ground, she just collapsed and then she started to cry. And she complained and she cried. And then someone heard that over the window and they reported it to the officers, and those officers came that afternoon and took everything that my mom brought from China, beat her, dragged her, and took her to the detention center. She got beaten, so that 12 a.m., like a really dark night, we were so worried about our mother, but she ran into the house, the blood covered with her face. And then that night we ran to the mountain, we were hiding. But about 2 days later, it was raining and it was humid in the mountain. And my mom started to lose her conscience. So my sister and I, we decided to come back home because she's no longer be able to move by herself. So we took her to the house, and of course officials came back again, and then they checked, and of course they found out my mom was not able to move or she lost her conscience. So they left and then told us that when she come back her conscience, let her come to our office. And then that took about another 2 or 3 months. So from spring to June, my mom was almost paralyzed. She was not able to walk herself to the bathroom, so my sister and I, we have to hold her and barely walk to the bathroom. And during those time, of course, the only breadwinner was 10 years old girl. And I was 6 years old, and only thing I can do is just a little assistant in the house. And during this time, my grandmother, she was so skinny, so she doesn't have any strength or muscle, and she has a skinny bone covered with this like a really rough skin. And one day she wanted to bake some wild vegetable for us, even though there's nothing we can find. But good thing is it was summer, so she went outside and collected some wild vegetables. But during June season, it was all the plants are toxic. And my grandmother, she had a little scar on her left hand. And that toxic went into that scar. And the next day, she developed a big blister on her hand. And then day by day, the blister got bigger. And a week later, the blister covered her arm. 2 weeks later, all her arms got rotten. We didn't have any salt to sanitize it. We didn't have any medicine. It will take miles for us to get to the hospital. And even though we get to the hospital at the time, we didn't have any medicine to treat. So my grandmother, she was sick of two and a half weeks. And then one day she was calling my sister's name and kept saying that we couldn't understand. She was calling my sister's name, Esther, Esther, look at that fire. Potato is burning. Rice is burning. But the house was dark, no fire at all, and it was cold because no adults can make the wood and make the fire. And 3 days later, in the morning when we wake up, our grandmother was putting her both hands on her chest, and she was laying down right below our foot. She passed away. And her last wish was eat one baked potato. Our family, we didn't have even one baked potato to give my grandmother. But our family was not the only family. 2.5 million families, we all died in that similar condition. And almost all the family members passed away. And my mother, she got the last courage, and she took remaining children. One child put in her backpack, one child she was holding her hand. And 3 of us walked and swam across the Tuma River to China. We walked unpaved road, crossed several mountains. We were hiding under the bush. And we had to lie to the neighbors. We had to hide our purpose. We have to say that we are going that direction instead of going this direction, because when they find out, we will get in trouble. And my younger brother, who was 5 years old at the time, my mom's health does not support her to take all 3 young children. So she asked one of her friends in the village to watch him for 5 days, and then promised them that my mom will return after 5 days later. So the first trip, when my mom took me and my sister to China, and her plan is going back and take my brother back. But that trip took about 2 months before she returned. And 2 months later, my mom, she sent money, Chinese money, of course, Chinese money, and the young gentleman sent him the direction and all the identity and asked him to bring my younger brother. We sent it twice because we couldn't believe the message they brought. And twice they shared us same thing, which was the family who were taking care of my brother, they also dying and starved. So they kicked him out on the street. And in the village, he was walking the streets. He was 5 years old, no shoes, no clothes. And he was calling, "Mom, where are you coming back? Sister, where are you coming back?" And they were crying and walking. And a week later, one lady, she was pity on him, so took him inside and gave him 1 bowl of porridge. And after he drank that porridge, he never woke up. So we lost our younger brother. So my mom, she took me and my sister to China, and we thought finally we found a way to survive in China. But is that all? No. Chinese government is a socialist country, and because of their relationship with North Korea, they never accepted North Korean defectors as legal refugees. So they always searching North Korean defectors inside of China. When we discovered, we get caught, send it to the prison, and then we will send it back to North Korea. So that's how I sent back to North Korea twice. The first time when I sent back to North Korea, I was 12 years old, and I was attending elementary school in China for 6 months. And I thought from 7 years old to 12 years old, I was looked same as other Chinese girls. So I thought maybe I'm the same girl, same person, same identity as they. But when they got caught, when I got caught and go through all those intimidating interviews, tortures, and all those things, and witnessed my own country, I realized I'm different. And from that on, I hid my identity. After I come back to China, I have to tell the people that I came from South Korea instead of North Korea, because I can lie to Chinese citizens and I can hide my identity for the first place. But of course, we have to run from place to place occasionally, and we cannot live in one place more than a year. And I had to hide in the house. And about apartment, I lived in that apartment for 2 years. And what we did was we have to walk with the tiptoes, because we shouldn't let the neighbors below us listen that we live in that house during the day. And we were not allowed to stand in front of a window more than a feet, because people will see through the window, and when they find out some children in the house and unclaimed, and they're not going to school during the day, then they will report to the police officers. So all those during my youth ages, I will say, it was under pressure, fear, suppression. But today I want to share all those things because North Korea, communist country, that's how suppressing individuals. They started to suppressing all those bigger group of people, because the North Korea, we called like east of Jerusalem. A lot of Christians bloomed in North Korea, and we were blessed areas in North and South Korea peninsula. But when the Kim Il-sung took power, when socialist system, when communist system comes in, all these Christians got killed. All those landowners got killed when they are not giving up the lands to the government. And all those entrepreneurs and owners, they get killed. And whoever be able to survive, they ran and they came to the U.S. and I met those grandpas, and they were so excited and tell me, and when they meet me and say like, oh, I also came from North Korea, which year, which when? And I have a lot of land in North Korea. And he said he also have a lot of documents. He want to save it, and he want to go back to North Korea and claim that land for them. But I would like to say, when free country become the socialist country, the socialist system, it will not announce that like how bad it will be. They will announce to you and convincing you how great it will be, and then all the people will accept slowly, and it will transit to the different level slowly. So that North Korea is great example. And please protect the capitalism, because I lived in North Korea. The communist is the worst system in the world. The socialist country in China, I had to live under fear, because when I hear about the siren, I have to look for the place to hide. And after I come to America, that fear is no longer exist. I want to tell one more story. When I first time feel the freedom, it was 2009, right? 1 year passed after we come to America, and my sister was the first driver in the family. And then local church member, they helped us make a deposit, and we finally bought a red small Corolla for the first time, and we was so excited. So from the dealer shop, my sister, she drove out, and there was intersection line and red light, right? So we stopped, and when the green light turns in, she just pressed the pedal, and we ran to the right side. And of course, on the left side, there was a police officer who was watching us. And then there was a siren and lights, and he just followed us. And all three of us were in the car. We were so anxious about it, so afraid about the moment. And my mom, she was yelling at my sister, like, why don't you be careful? Look at you. There's a police officer followed us. What you gonna do? And blah, blah, blah. And she was so afraid about that moment. And my sister, when she saw my mom's reaction, she started to laugh. And I was at the back seat, and I didn't know anything about what they are doing right now. And after my sister finished laughing, she said, "Mom, calm down. We are in America. Even though the police officer caught us, they will not send it back to North Korea. We are safe here." So when my sister said that word, my mom said, "Oh, that's right. We are in America." And then we started to laugh inside of the car, and officer finally walked by, and then he saw we were so excited after we got pulled over, so he couldn't understand what happened. And I was in high school at the time, so I barely speaking English and be able to explain what happened. So I was explaining with my Konglish, Korean version English, right? Konglish. So I was explaining that we came from North Korea, no freedom, and now we have a freedom, we are happy. So the point is delivered, and then the officers kind of explained a little bit, and then, finally he catched it and said, "Welcome to America." And after he took the ID and checked a little bit and gave us the warning ticket. So that was the first moment for us to realize what is freedom like. And finally, we feel like we are safe in America. So that took a time for us to realize the capitalism, the individualism, the freedom, the value of freedom, how precious it is. So I would like to say to you, the freedom we have in America is very precious. We have to protect it. If we lost freedom in America, the worst country like North Korea, it will become, it's like an evil spirit that will cover all of us one day. So please protect your freedom, and freedom is the precious, and the taste of communism is bitter. So that's the message I would like to share today.
We'll now take questions. Once again, please state your name, where you're from, and one brief question.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm from Buchanan High School, and my question is, when you had to sneak around and hide in China, were there any particular places or moments that stood out where you were like, "Oh, I might be caught if I don't hide right now"?
There are a lot of moments, like I mentioned earlier, when we hear about the police siren, like far, far away, even though it's not about our village, but we can still hear that. So North Koreans, they're very sensitive with the sounds. So when we hear all those sounds, we will look for where we should run into and where we should hide to. That's the two main things that we always conscious about. And when we got caught, my mom, she was trying to go to South Korea to find freedom. So she was bribing the brokers and arranging all those escape routes. And then when we met together in a house, we arranged a meeting, and then we actually ran into a building. And I was 12 years old. I was holding the fence, and I was witnessing all those adults who were be able to jumping into the high fence and then walking through the buildings. But that was not an embassy. So before 2005, running into the foreign country embassy and claim that we came from North Korea, then we were able to get protected by the country and be able to go to South Korea. But since 2005, that option closed completely in China. And the next option was North Korean defectors will go to Inner Mongolia and cross the border to Outer Mongolia and claim that we came from North Korea, drawing the North Korean map or South Korean map and pointing that where we want to go. And then the Mongolian government will directly send them to South Korean embassy. That's how we can get protected by the South Korean embassy by then. But after 2005, the North Korean government found out that route, and then they built North Korean embassy in Outer Mongolia. So that route closed as well. So now the only route available is North Korean defectors. They have to go through all this big continent in China. Of course, every moment is very dangerous, and they have to go through to Laos, Thailand, and I think at Thailand, they are able to claim as North Korean refugees, and they will serve in the prison for several months, and then they will get protected by the South Korean government. So there are not many routes available for North Korean defectors. And all those, each location in China, each moment when we move, each house when we walk in, it's all dangerous for us because we don't know who will report us.
Hi, Grace. My name is Madison Haversetzer, and I work here at YAF. But I was just wondering, what can we do to support the people of North Korea in their fight for freedom?
Thank you for bringing that question. Actually, I have a presentation I didn't show you guys today. Can we go through that quickly? So this is my family. Left is my mom and my sister, two brave ladies I know in my life. I think that was 13 years old in China. And now you can see this is made by America. Okay? Next slide, please. So I mentioned the death, suppression, and sacrifice. That's all North Korean people are facing. And next slide, please. So this is the picture when this pastor took. All these boys are North Korean defector, and these two are Korean American pastors, and he is Korean Chinese pastor, and he hosted all of us in his house for about a year, and I stayed at his house for 2 years. And at this place, I learned how to read the Bible, how to write a Bible, and learned about the gospel from here. And since then, I was lucky enough to meet all those Christians along the way, be able to protect, unless, not like other ladies, that's unfortunate that young girls like I was, it's very easy to sold in human trafficking in China. But I was lucky enough to get protected by the Christians. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the communist country now. We have North Korea, China, Laos, Cuba, and Vietnam. So those 5 countries, they have close relationships. So North Korea and China, they have an agreement. So North Korea will send resources to China, and Chinese government will find all those North Korean defectors and send it back to North Korea. That's the agreement. That's how we are sending back to North Korea many times. Next slide, please. So North Korea, when we see the world map, it's really, really tiny, tiny half country right here. And then satellite image, as you can see, this is really pitch dark, and this is the capital where Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il lives. That's the only bright spot in North Korea. And all the places we don't have power, electricity. And some government officials, they will get 2 or 3 hours a day for the electricity. And for those orphanage shelters and schools, they will get power for 2 hours. And those 2 hours, you are mandatory to watch those like movies or the news that the great leader, how much hard work he was doing and how hard he is sacrificing for the country like that. So you are only allowed to watch those movies, because when I sent back to North Korea, I worked all day long. It was so tired. I was like almost got sick, so I wanted to sleep. So I was alone in the room, and I was almost falling asleep. But the teacher, he came in and then kicking my head and say, "You supposed to watching the TV, not supposed to sleep." So I was forced to dragged into the room and watching those TV shows for 2 hours forcefully. Next, please. Next one. And this is Tumen River. Most of North Korean defectors, they're escaping. And here is also another river here, but it's very difficult to cross the Yalu River here because this river is really big and you needed to take a ship. So it's almost impossible for you to cross it. But a lot of people, they also cross it. But this area is very popular for North Korean defectors to escape. Next one, please. This is the actual image of North Korean orphanage shelter, and I was there one of those orphanage shelter as well. And as you can see, that's cut off, but those are 3 portraits of their leaders, and we have to bow to that portraits every holidays and holidays, New Year's, and their birthdays. We have to bow to them. And those kids, they're fed 3 times a day, but only the corn rice with a no salt mixed the cabbage soup. That's the only thing, but they don't have enough food, so it's very minimal amount gave to the students. Next slide, please. So after we come to America, my sister was the first person in our family who had a strong heart and wanted to advocate about North Korean human rights issues in America. So she did about 15 days hunger strike in front of Chinese embassy in DC area, and slowly she involved with the human rights activist work. And then we learned that Suzanne, she helped us our documents. When we write our stories, she helped to handle that document to the UN and deliver the messages and help us to claim as refugees legally and be able to come to United States from China directly. So those 2 legend people also came from North Korea, but they were elite group in North Korea. They worked in the Pyongyang, and they escaped to South Korea, and they're sharing their informations outside of information from North Korea to outside of the world. And he is also sending information, outside the world information in North Korea by producing the radio program and then sharing those life stories, how those capitalism is great and how those outside of North Korea countries are developed. So trying to convincing those individuals from North Korea and trying to wake them up and tell them the North Korean regime is teaching you the wrong information and this is the right information. So he is changing that, and he is doing the activist work and writers as well. Next slide, please. This is my little work I have been doing, and this one was South Korea, and I feel so different, and my heart was pumping so hard when I standing at the 38th parallel and looking at the North Korea side and standing at South Korea. It was a very emotional moment for me to experience that. Next one, please. So for action, to answer your question, North Koreans like us, we need your help to get past the North Korean Human Rights Act every 4 years to be able to get the legal document from outside of the world and enter America. So we need people to aware about the North Korean Human Rights Act and sign the petition and send it to the state government and be able to pass that law. So then more North Koreans be able to come into America. 2019, only 2 people injured, and 2021, only 1 person injured, and 2022, as far as I know, there's no one injured yet. So very minimum North Korean defectors be able to enter the United States. And as far as I know, total about 480 people legally entered the United States since 2004. And then the last one is we are thinking that North Korean young leaders, they have to get trained and be able to become a leader position. And when North Korea opens the door, they be able to become the bridge between the Western world to North Korea and be able to convince those North Korean people inside of North Korea and help them to open their mind to the Western world. So we're thinking and preparing that discipleship and leadership for North Koreans. So we are training them in English, and we also have English camp once a year. So if you are interested about becoming a teacher, you can sign up for that as well. So you have many different ways to get involved.
We can do one more question.
Hi, my name is Michael. I go to Bethel High School in Baltimore, Maryland. How did you get from China to the United States, and where did you go in the United States first when you got here?
Sure. So that I have to go back to a little bit. So in 2005, we were helping the Korean American missionary. His name is Pastor Shen Yun, and he actually helped my family to come here. And he was rescuing about 13 North Korean defectors in China. And his budget was very limited, and the broker was asking so much money. So he was crying in front of us. And in 2004, he brought a Korean newspaper. It was talking about the North Korean Human Rights Act. It was passed and signed by the George W. Bush president. And we are finally be able to come to America legally. So after we get that excitement news, my mom decided to come to America instead of go to South Korea. So we decided to wait in China. So in that waiting period, we decided to help that Pastor Yun to rescue other North Korean defectors. And when we rescuing them, of course, my sister, like I mentioned earlier, she was the leader going from going to Inner Mongolia, and she will give direction to cross the border to Outer Mongolia. And my mom and I will pick up those people from the border area in China to Qingdao, China, which is the middle point, and we will give them the new ticket and be able to guide them to the Inner Mongolia. So when we're doing that rescue mission, of course, the first group successed, and they're living in South Korea right now, but from the second group, they got caught. They reported all of us, and we all got caught in 3 days. And Pastor Yun and my family, we served 13 months prison in China, and we sent back to North Korea. And right before we got caught, my family wrote our stories already and faxed it to the United States. And then Pastor Shen Yun, he already gave that document to the Suzanne Schulte, where I pointed it out, the American lady, and she already filed that document to state government. And when we were in the prison in China, all those documents were in the process. And when we go back to North Korea, and the Pastor Shen Yun, he bribed 6 officials from North Korea, and he paid $10,000 US and bribed officials, and then changed the documents and words and be able to let us go. And after we released, we arranged the escape route again, bribing the soldiers, giving them money, and of course the connecting with the China side. And the second day, we crossed the river by swimming. And after we crossed it, we finally got protected, and we were hiding in China for 2 months. And after 2 months later, we were protected by the UN officials in China. And we stayed for 15 months in China and by hiding and protected by the UN officials. And then finally we got the refugee status, and we flew from China directly to the United States. And the first state we landed was Chicago International Airport for the fingerprints. And then the next state was Seattle, Washington.
Thank you very much, Grace. Alrighty, students, we have a break before our next session. We're going to be having dinner downstairs in the room where you all checked in, and that will be at 7 o'clock. So between now and then, a couple of things to keep you guys busy and engaged. If you head right across the hall, we have our exhibit galleries. Hours worth of content in there. I hope you'll check it out, explore. If you have any questions, please ask our staff. Also, downstairs, you walked by this right when you came in. There's a piece of the Berlin Wall. What do you guys know about the Berlin Wall? Are you familiar with the Berlin Wall? You know a few things. Okay, good. A lot of hands. That's great. That's great. Well, you want to check out that exhibit. It's actually our newest exhibit here at the Reagan Ranch Center. And it really talks about President Ronald Reagan's role in bringing down the wall and highlighting him as a hero for freedom, not only in America, but worldwide. And you're actually going to hear from someone who grew up behind the Berlin Wall tomorrow. So go check that exhibit out. Go across the hall. Also down the hall to the right, there's going to be a movie going in the theater that's kind of an intro to the Reagan Ranch. It's about 20 minutes long. So if you'd like to watch that, you're welcome to. And we'll see you downstairs for dinner at 7.
At Moe's, we've always been real Southwest. And we're proud of it. It's in our name, after all. And we've always been real people, using real Southwest flavors, making real Southwest eats. And we've always built every
If I could have your attention, please. We are going to continue with our program. It is now my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for the evening, Dr. Jake Jacobs. Dr. Jake Jacobs has degrees in American history and biblical and Judeo-Christian studies from Arizona State University, Ashland Theological Seminary, and Northwest University. He has spent more than 30 years serving in the public and private high school systems and teaching at the college level about his passion for our constitutional republic under God, all the while stressing historical correctness in the face of politically correct intimidation by the academic establishment. When Dr. Jacobs was a public high school teacher, he publicly defended Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker, who now serves as the president of Young America's Foundation, on Fox and Friends. Dr. Jacobs is a frequently requested speaker for YAF, a regular guest on conservative radio, and very popular at Tea Party, civic, and church events. He is a dynamic and energized speaker, writer, and historian who not only captivates audiences, but inspires them to action. He is the president and founder of Politically Incorrect Institution, the host of Freedom Project Academy's One Nation, and the author of 3 books. He has been married for more than 30 years to his lovely wife, Lori, and has 2 children, Joseph and Anastasia. When he's not writing, teaching, or speaking, he loves watching the Green Bay Packers and enjoys his backyard fire pit. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jake Jacobs.
Hey, Frankie. I have the F rate of the first pick that's up there. Before I get into the text tonight, I want to get a little emotional here. I'm a boomer. I'm a baby boomer. My father, my dad, at the age of 17, left home, it was Upper Michigan at the time, to fight the Japanese, the fascists, the imperial Japanese. He was 17 years old. The age of some of you guys. He didn't come home till he was over 20 years old, early 1946. And when I was a kid, I used to hear stories about his friends and he would get together, and they didn't get too specific because they didn't want young minds or hearts to hear this stuff, but they would share their stories. His best friend was in the Battle of the Bulge, which the anniversary is coming up here, December 16th, when the Nazis had a counteroffensive trying to stop the Americans and the British. My dad was a gunner and a radio man on what's called the PBY Catalina. And I bring that up to you because as a young kid back in the 60s, I fell in love with the United States of America. I fell in love with that generation, the generation before me, that gave the ultimate sacrifice. My father gave 3 years of his life, but many Americans gave the ultimate sacrifice, their lives. So Asia could be liberated from the fascism of Japan. So Europe could be liberated from the socialism of the Nazis, the National Socialists. And so at an early age, I decided to become an American history teacher. I was so crazy in 1968, I got kicked out of school for protesting discrimination in junior high school. I was into it at a young age. First time I stepped into a classroom was 1977. And my heart always, always, always said it's much more important for my students to understand that we live in the greatest constitutional republic in the history of the world. More important than the boring tests and the quizzes and the stuff that was in the textbook. Because there's a story to be told, and it's the story of the greatness of the United States of America. And so here's this boomer, just sitting there pinching myself. Thank you, Madison, for inviting me. Thinking, God has given me this opportunity at my age with 2 hips. They're good till I'm 94, by the way. 2 brand new hips. You know, at my age, a retired baby boomer speaking to Zoomers. I call you guys the Zoomers. And I'm so glad you're here because so many young people aren't getting it. So we need you young people to, I know you love this country, to fall in love with it even more, to be willing to fight more than ever before, because we're on a precipice now. We're on a precipice, and if we do not shout from the rooftops that America was established as a city on a hill, that hill will be destroyed by the enemy within this nation. It's here, alive and well, on the planet Earth. And that's why God has us here today. Handcuffs with sharp nails on the inside were placed on our wrist. If I could have the previous slide, please. If we were totally still, they didn't cut us. But in the bitterly cold cells, when we shook with cold, our wrist would be torn by the nails. Christians were hung upside down on ropes and beaten so severely that their bodies swung back and forth under the blows. Christians were also placed in icebox refrigerator cells, which were so cold that frost and ice covered the inside. I was thrown into one while I had very little clothing on. Prison doctors would watch through an opening until they saw symptoms of freezing to death. Then they would give us a signal, and the guards would rush in to take us out and make us warm. When we were finally warmed, we would immediately be put back into the icebox cells to freeze, thawing out, then freezing to within minutes of death, then being thawed out over and over again. We Christians were sometimes forced to stand in wooden boxes, only slightly larger than we were. This left no room to move. Dozens of sharp nails were driven into every side of the box, with their razor-sharp points sticking through the wood. While we stood perfectly still, it was all right, but we were forced to stand in these boxes for endless hours. When we became fatigued and swayed with tiredness, the nails would pierce our bodies. If we moved or twitched a muscle, there were those horrible nails. They would force us to eat feces and to drink urine. The crosses, Wormbrand and other Christians were tied to crosses for 4 days and nights. The crosses were placed on the floor, and hundreds of prisoners had to fulfill their bodily necessities over the faces and bodies of the crucified ones. Then the crosses were erected again, and the communists jeered and mocked, "Look at your Christ, how beautiful he is, what fragrance he brings from heaven." Then they would play a record over and over and over again, 17 hours a day, for weeks, for months and years. Communism is good. Communism is good. Communism is good. Christianity is stupid. Christianity is stupid. Christianity is stupid. Give up. Give up. Give up. Richard Wormbrand, the author of the book Tortured for Christ, never gave up. He was tortured for Christ for 14 years by Romanian communist henchmen. By the time Ronald Reagan became governor of California in 1967, Richard Wormbrand was living freely near Los Angeles in the great California Republic. Wormbrand and Governor Reagan, and eventually President Reagan, would correspond over the evil nature of communism and the joy of knowing God Almighty. By the way, I've had the privilege of meeting my hero, Richard Wormbrand. That was me 40 years ago. I was in Bible college at the time, Arizona College of the Bible, learning theology. And he spoke at our school, and I had read Tortured for Christ 40 years ago, and I was in tears to meet him. His story is so compelling. I also had the honor of meeting President Reagan in 1998. God has blessed my life so much. Now, President Reagan, who was so well versed in the pernicious and poisonous ideology of Marxism, used to say, "How do you tell a communist? Well, it's someone who reads Marx and Lenin. And how do you tell an anti-communist? It's someone who understands Marx and Lenin." Ronald Reagan understood Marx and Lenin, and he was a dedicated anti-communist going back to his years in Hollywood of the 1940s, when communist spies and agents had infiltrated Hollywood unions. They threatened to throw acid on his face and to kill him if he did not stop his crusade to expose their evil ways. Ronald Reagan would not be deterred. He bought a gun, and he continued to tell to as many who would listen that Marxism was hell-bent on destroying life and liberty and our heavenly constitutional republic under God. In studying Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin, along with Leon Trotsky, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong of China, Kim Il-sung of North Korea, and Fidel Castro of Cuba, Ronald Reagan understood keenly the satanic nature of communism, and he unabashedly and vociferously proclaimed the sad and bad and evil news of communism, but he simultaneously reminded his audiences the joy of knowing God and of knowing liberty in the United States of America. A huge influence on Ronald Reagan's thinking was Whittaker Chambers. Whittaker Chambers. I have a picture of him here. Thank you, Alfredo. Chambers was an American communist spy. This is an amazing story, people, who eventually realized the evil nature of Marx, Leninism, and Joseph Stalin. Chambers had learned of the horrible prisons, the gulags, where millions of people suffered like Richard Wurmbrand, and millions more were murdered, were slaughtered, were tortured. Chambers learned about the Ukrainian Holodomor, where millions were starved to death in the 1930s. Whittaker Chambers discovered Stalin's Great Purge and bogus show trials, where well over 1 million Soviets were murdered by that mad Marxist. Yes, it's true. The demon god Saturn does eat his own children. Chambers observed the evil nature of socialism when in 1939, Soviet socialists joined with National Socialists, and many of our universities do not like to hear this, the joining of those two evil socialisms. So the Soviet socialists joined with the National Socialists, the Nazis, and they had an agreement to divide Poland. And they brought their evil socialisms to the people of Poland and to Europe, creating World War II, where my dad's generation left home at 17 years old to fight the enemy. Ronald Reagan consumed Whittaker Chambers' 1952 book called Witness. Now, in that book, Chambers declared, "I see in communism the focus of concentrated evil of our time. The communist vision is a vision of man without God. It is a vision of man's mind displacing God as the creative intelligence of the world." I must read to you a classic passage out of Chambers' book, Witness. Just blew me away. The first time I read this, I couldn't believe it. He said this, "My daughter was in her high chair. I was watching her eat. She was the most miraculous thing that had ever happened in my life." He was a communist at the time. "I liked to watch her even when she smeared porridge on her face or dropped it meditatively on the floor. My eye came to rest on the delicate convolutions of her ear, those intricate ears, perfect ears. The thought passed through my mind, no, those ears were not created by any chance come together of atoms in nature like the communist view. They could have been created only by immense design. The thought was involuntary and unwanted. I crowded it out of my mind, but I never wholly forgot it or that occasion. I had to keep on crowding it out of my mind. If I had completed it, I would have had to say, design presupposes God. I did not know it then. At that moment, the finger of God was on my head." Many times when you listen, and please do this, people. YouTube today is an incredible tool. Study the speeches of Ronald Reagan. Study the speeches of Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King. Study great speeches. You'll learn a lot. But when you listen many times to the great speeches of Ronald Reagan, you can hear the words of Whittaker Chambers and many other great leaders and thinkers and philosophers and theologians that he had studied throughout the years. And people say that he was not well read, not well learned. It's not true. He was an amazing student of history, literature, theology, economics. When Reagan spoke, to the students at Moscow State University, May 31st, 1988, with the bust of Vladimir Lenin, the father of the Russian Communist Revolution, behind him, he reminded them, now imagine this, these are Marxist students. He reminded them that life and liberty were a gift from Almighty God. And he invoked great Russian authors like Boris Pasternak and Leo Tolstoy and Fyodor Dostoevsky. You got to have about 4 vodkas to get that one out. Fyodor Dostoevsky. Anyways, Dostoevsky's words in the 1866 Crime and Punishment, or the 1871 Demons, or the 1880 Brothers Karamazov. His words understood the poisonous ideological nature of the roots of Marxism, of communism. It's nihilism, which is essentially demonic atheism. And it's hell-bent on the destruction of Christian civilization. When Dostoevsky declared, if God does not exist, then everything is permissible, he was warning the people of Russia that there were evil ideas in the land, demonic ideas in the land taking root in Russian society. My fellow Americans, there are evil ideas taking root in American soil, American society today. And we must expose the darkness of those ideas. By Christmas of 1919, Vladimir Lenin, Leon Trotsky, and Joseph Stalin were spreading their communist war on Christian civilization. Lenin ordered his Cheka, the Gestapo of the communist Russia of that time period, to kill anyone who dared observe Christmas. By 1925, the Soviet secret police, working with the League of Militant Atheists, the Young Communist Youth, Marxist intellectuals, and many, many more, were declaring that scientific socialism, communism, what we say Marx-Leninism, not only had a duty to propagate their godless utopia into the culture, into society, but they had a militant Marxist duty to destroy churches, synagogues, mosques. Literally, they murdered hundreds of thousands of clergymen and millions of faithful Christians and many, many others throughout the years. Now, I have to be straight up with you guys. People are usually suspect when a so-called professor or teacher, right, talks about demons or demonic. That doesn't fit for people. It's like, wait a minute, I thought you taught history. You know, they say that historical ideology of communism being demonic, how can that be? Remember, that word demonic, it presupposes that there's life beyond this earthly existence. Many people today are uncomfortable with the transcendent worldview, something beyond the grave, people. A worldview that says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. They do not believe in our Father who art in heaven. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. The historic scriptures of Christianity declare in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness in this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And before I go on, I have to recommend some books by a professor who's at YAF all the time. His name is Paul Kengor, and you're going to be given his book, am I correct in saying that? The 11 Principles of Reagan. Principle number 10 is Reagan's anti-communism. You've got to read it, guys. It's an absolute brilliant read. He has another book called The Devil and Karl Marx. I've read the book 3 times. When I met Paul, I had the honor of meeting Paul, thanks to you, Madison. I'm a geek. I read every one of his books. He's a brilliant, politically incorrect professor who stands in the midst of what's going on in this culture and speaks forth truth. I cannot recommend enough his works, his books. He's also written Ronald Reagan and the Fall of Communism. His other work, God and Ronald Reagan, is absolutely brilliant. His book, A Pope and a President. I had the honor of seeing Pope John Paul back in 1980 in the Easter Sunday in Roma, Italia, right? Many years ago. What an honor. God has so blessed my life. But I'd highly recommend Paul Kinger's works. And okay, if you don't like reading, there's always YouTube. Dr. Kinger's got some brilliant teachings. Listen to half hour, an hour when you're on the treadmill or working out or whatever. Seriously, get his stuff in your head. Plus, Richard Wurmbrand's work called Marx and Satan. Marx and Satan. So the guy that we started out with, he actually, and it blew me away, how satanically oriented Karl Marx was. If there ever were rulers of darkness in spiritual high places, it was in the hearts and ideas and actions of Marx and Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin and others like Mao Zedong of China, whose communist rule killed between 50 and 70 million people. Try to imagine that, people. In the past, I've taught a number of students from communist China. And when I taught them about Mao's gulags and his purges and his show trials and the mass starvation of the 1950s, the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s and early 70s, and the 1989 massacre at Tiananmen Square, these students were shocked. They had never learned it before. Some of them actually called me a liar. They were polite about it, believe it or not. They're very polite students, but they said, "You're lying to us." It had to hurt to understand that you've been lied to. That's what the communist education system does. It lies. One of them actually texted his father and told him what I was teaching, and the father said, "Stop. They're watching us. Stop. They're watching us." He was scared. The Communist Party, you know, he said that they feared being watched by the CCP. The CCP is the Communist Party of China, which today is under the dictatorship of Xi. I do not trust the CCP and dictator Xi, not for a moment. My dictum for 40 years, thanks to Ronald Reagan, is to never, ever trust a communist. Their very worldview and premise is a lie. We know that South Korea, the Republic of Korea, is free today from demonic Korean communism due to the sacrifice of the United States of America in the 1950 to 1953 Korean War. Many of my friends' fathers were in that war. Almost 40,000 Americans gave the ultimate sacrifice, their lives, for Korea, the Republic of Korea, to be free. 58,000 Americans died trying to stop the oppression of Vietnamese communism. Many of my friends were there. A lot of them didn't come home the same. After World War II, Western Europe remained free due to the significant presence of the American military and aid and the brilliance of President Reagan and his foreign policy team helped tear down the European socialist wall, a socialist iron curtain of oppression, and he won the Cold War without firing a shot. In 1959, the communist Fidel Castro, along with the butcher of La Habana prison, Che Guevara, took over Cuba. As these Marxists ended freedom in Cuba, killing thousands and thousands of Cuban freedom fighters, hundreds of thousands of Cubans fled. They came to America to be free. Just go to Little Havana in Miami to see firsthand their love of America and their disdain for Cuban communism. They long to go home to a free Cuba, libre Cuba. One such American is Hollywood actor Andy Garcia of Godfather 3 fame. He came here to be free. Another is YAF speaker and author Umberto Fontova, whose books Fidel's Hollywood Favorite Tyrant and Exposing the Real Che Guevara and the Useful Idiots Who Idolize Him tell the truth of how Cuba became a communist hellhole under Castro and Che, and still is. Let us learn a lesson from the useful idiots who idolized Che and the evil communist worldview. In 1961, when the butcher of La Habana prison, Che Guevara, was declaring himself judge and jury and executioner of communist Cuba, he specifically targeted Christians and killed them in the back of the head. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Christians. He hated Christ, he hated Christianity, he hated Christians. He told the world they were creating an hombre nuevo, the new man, the anti-Christian man, who through any means necessary was going to make a new world order, destroying Christian civilization. In that same year of 1961, Nikita Khrushchev, the premier of the Soviet Union, declared in the 22nd Congress of the Soviet Communist Party that Soviet socialism, the next slide please, that Soviet socialism, the all-knowing, omnipotent state, big government brother, would create a utopia, a world without war or want by 1980. That is a Wisconsin newspaper that's framed in my office above Ronald Reagan riding a horse, purposely to remind me every single day of the nature of Marxism, communism, and socialism. They don't live in the real world. That's why they hate the kingdom of heaven. They're trying to create a kingdom without God, without Christ. And all they do is kill and maim and destroy. Where did Khrushchev and Che get their ideas? We know they got them from Marx and Lenin, but they also got them from an atheist German philosopher by the name of George Hegel. I don't know, don't let that bore you. George Hegel sounds like a boring name, but this guy really had a big impact on a lot of young kids back in the 1800s. He influenced Karl Marx. He influenced Vladimir Lenin. He influenced Adolf Hitler. And Hegel loved to declare over and over again, the state is God walking on the earth. Remember, Mussolini used to say, tutto nello Stato, nella contro lo Stato, everything for the state, nothing against the state. This is worship of government, worship of the state. And it's a denial of the creator of the universe. So the bottom line with communism is that it denies God, it defies God, and it is at war with those who believe that man is made in the image of God, the Imago Dei, Jesus Christ. Communism believes that their new man, through the dictates of the state, can become godlike, creating man-made earthly kingdom without God. For 35 years, I have told my students this. I had the quote in the front of my classroom. When the government promises heaven on earth, it most assuredly will create hell on earth, with its demons of death devouring life and liberty throughout the world. Such is the diabolical legacy of Marxist man. 100 million dead in the 20th century. And tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, my friend George is going to have a presentation that's going to blow you away. Bring your Kleenex. 100 million dead in the 20th century. Sadly, Marx is not dead in the 21st century. Studies show us that millennials and Zoomers, far too many, are attracted to communism and socialism. It's why people, when I got up here at first, I was trying to say to you, this old guy sees in you young people hope, the hope of the truth that resonates, that resides in your heart, to take it back to your home, your community, your family, your schools, your friends. It's why they love this young generation. They love the squad. I call the squad the socialist squad. They're socialist scam artists. That's Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib. They call for trillions and trillions of dollars to be printed and redistributed in the name of equity and social justice. But they bring inequality and injustice. It is why Antifa, and people don't know this, their roots are of German Marxism of the 1930s. And they get away with violent actions all on college campuses and in our cities. And stupidly, Joe Biden said Antifa was just an idea. They're Marxist revolutionaries. They're anarchists. The propaganda lefty media tells us that Black Lives Matter is a righteous cause for justice and equality. That's a lie. Black Lives Matter, Inc. is a Marxist movement whose leaders are self-proclaimed Marxists, whose heroes are Marxists, and while perpetuating communism and woke ideas, they're buying multi-million-dollar homes in Los Angeles County. Their scam hypocrisy abounds, people. They're laughing all the way to the bank. Fidel Castro was one of the richest people in the world when he was alive. Marx's critical race theory started in 1989, I'm embarrassed to say, in Madison, Wisconsin, the capital of Wisconsin. It was started by Barack Obama's mentor from Harvard Law School, Derek Bell. It's become mainstream in many of our schools. Many of the major textbooks in our schools are Howard Zinn's. He's a Marxist writer. He's since passed away. But it's a popular textbook called A People's History of the United States of America. And then there's the 1619 Project, another Marxist socialist works that teaches our young, communism is good, Christianity is stupid, America is evil. And the new crisis, and listen carefully, people, because this will impact you bigly, to quote Donald Trump, right? The new crisis besides capitalism, I hate that word capitalism, because Marx used it, it's free enterprise. Doc here knows that. Someday this guy's going to be a doc from Columbia, and he's going to get that all out around the country. It's free enterprise. It's anchored in a free society, the free engagement of enterprising. But besides capitalism, the communists, the socialists, they promise to solve this new crisis because it's cataclysmic, it's catastrophic, it's existential, it's the apocalyptic countdown to Armageddon. Climate change. You mark my words, people. They're talking about climate change coming from Brussels, coming from the United Nations, coming from Marxists and socialists around this country. You watch communist China in Latin America, land purchases, involvement in Venezuela, Argentina, Brazil, all over Latin America. Geopolitically, they know exactly what they're doing. Pay attention to that. From the United Nations to the European Union to the World Economic Forum to the Biden Democratic policies, printing and spending billions and trillions of money we don't have, promising to change capitalism, transforming America by the beautiful hand of a so-called benevolent government that will save the planet. That's what they say, and you and me. I mean, not too long ago, just a few weeks ago, Nancy Pelosi, north of here in San Francisco, she said, well, you know, we just spent $400 billion, and she said, we saved the planet. Do you see the God complex that's going on by these lefties? This is, you ignore God. You have an anything goes lifestyle, and you replace God with the state that spends and prints and borrows money. People, it's gotten to the point now where I say 31 trillion, and most people go, well, so what? 31 trillion, so what? It's unbelievable amount of money. And by the time you guys are well into your careers and starting a family, it'll be more like 50 trillion plus. I don't have time to get into that. Now, their utopic promises and actions are most assuredly putting us on a road to dystopia. My friend Jorge Rivas made national attention when he and his Mexican-American wife were on TV supporting Donald Trump for president. Leftists and Democrats attacked his business in Catalina, Arizona. When I saw it on the news a few years back, I said to myself, because I'll spend some time in the wintertime down in Arizona where I used to live, I said, I got to get to meet this guy. And I did meet him. I interviewed him for one of my shows. He told me he left El Salvador to escape the communists who were taking over his country. Jorge and his wife, Betty, they love America. They love our republic under God, but they are very, very concerned, they told me. They're shocked to see so many Americans that are attracted to the lies of socialism and Marxism. And they say, and these young people, they don't even realize that they're opening the doors of tyranny into their homes. In closing, the famous Russian author, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, he spent 8 years in Soviet prisons or Soviet gulags. He wrote the classic work, Gulag Archipelago. I remember when I was a freshman in college having to read that. I was like, are you kidding me? It was like that thick. You know, but I finally read it, and I was just like amazed. I was amazed at what the Soviet Union, how evil it was. Well, he published an essay called Live Not by Lies. It came out February of 1974, actually my senior year in high school. It came out a few days before he left the evil empire of the Soviet Union. In the essay, titled Live Not by Lies, he said this: the simple step of a courageous individual is not to take part in the lie. One word of truth outweighs the world. We're living in a world of lies. The media lies. The professors lie. There's lies. Hollywood lies incessantly, continually. I had to deal with that in my career. I was in the principal's office so many times. Are you teaching this? Are you teaching that? I'm like, yeah, why? Because it's true. Yes, the nation was founded upon Judeo-Christian foundation. Our founding fathers are sworn in on the scriptures. They had Thanksgiving proclamations to God Almighty, thanking God for the Constitution. But I couldn't teach that. But I did because I won't live by their lies. Ronald Reagan, in his classic speech, please study his speech, A Time for Choosing. Listen to it, study it. It's one of the greatest speeches in American history. He reminds us this: you and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We will preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we will sentence them to take the first step into 1,000 years of darkness. On July 3rd, 1986, on the 100th anniversary of the Statue of Liberty, President Reagan, with the Statue of Liberty behind him, declared, "We are the keepers of the flame of liberty. We hold it high for the world to see. It is a light unto the nations. Pray that this lamp is never extinguished." My fellow liberty-loving Americans, we are so glad you're here this weekend. We really are, seriously. We need you. America needs you. There is darkness in the land. Let us live not by lies, but by the light but let us shine the light of truth. And let us leave this conference tomorrow determined to fight for freedom. And as it says on the top of the Liberty Bell, let us leave here proclaiming liberty throughout the land and unto all the inhabitants thereof. That is our calling, people. It is our duty to save our republic under God. So may Almighty God bless you and keep you in the battles ahead.
We will now take questions. Once again, please state your name, where you're from, and a brief question.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm from Buchanan High School. And my question for you is, if the people who are proclaiming socialism at our schools will not listen to the facts, should we bring in personal examples? Like, for example, my uncle fled from Cuba when he was 4 with his family. Should we just bring in those personal examples to make them pay attention and listen?
If you can incorporate in the curriculum, if there's a way that you can do that, that would be absolutely wonderful. I used to do that all the time. I had Holocaust survivors. I had people who, who survived communism from Poland and Russia and around that I would bring in all the time because they need to hear the truth. Yes, absolutely. Yep.
I'm Philip Boo from Laguna Hills High School, and I was wondering, should we discriminate against those who are communist or support socialist ideas?
Let me get you that. Should we say it again now?
Discriminate.
What do you mean by discriminate?
Like, should we fundamentally disagree with their, like, pretty much all of their...
Well, everybody has a right to be stupid about ideas. No, we have freedom to be able to express our ideas in an ignorant way. They have no empirical data. They have no economic reality, facts to bring before them. They have ideology. They have fancy slogans, but they have no substance of. I mean, I used to have some of my students say to me, "Well, what we need is we just need to get the right person to apply Marx and Lenin." I've heard that many, many times, either at the university where I used to teach or the public school or the academy. You just don't see it. It's not the evidence is the empirical evidence. The historical evidence is 100 million people slaughtered. The evidence is the gulags, the prison camps. The evidence is hearing the stories that were presented to us today. But with that being said, Ronald Reagan, when he had to go before HUAC and talk about communists that were in Hollywood back in the day, they've always mischaracterized Reagan. They always said Reagan was like Joseph McCarthy, by the way, who's buried in my hometown right by my parents, the Senator McCarthy. McCarthy was rough around the edges. He just didn't know how to handle being anti-communism. Ronald Reagan says, oh no, they're here, they're in Hollywood. He says, but we need to engage with them in our ideas because our ideas are truth. Our ideas are efficacious. Our ideas are about life and liberty and freedom. And so therefore, engage with them. And just hopefully graciously show them the facts as they are. Not this utopic world that really in reality is dystopia.
Yeah, makes sense. Because to me, I felt like I had a little bit of a misconception because you said that communists are evil, right? And in their view on the world is completely wrong, and it's just not righteous in a way, and it feels like you're kind of dehumanizing them in a way. Where obviously I don't agree with communism at all.
That's a good point.
But it still feels like we as a society should instead of like trying to like kind of destroy their kind of how do I say this? We should convince them instead of actually discriminating against them, if you know what I mean. That's what I think.
You know, the scriptures tell us to love the sinner and hate the sin. Marxism is sinful. It's an evil philosophy. It's an oppressive philosophy. It's a murderous philosophy. And in my life, I have actually engaged in dialogue and debated a number of communists or Marxists or socialists. So I concur with you, but if I'm dealing with a black-booted, let's say, Cheka KGB agent, and he's evil, I am not going to look the other way. Now, I'm talking about me now. This is me. This is a guy who is up here in front of a zillion people telling you what I think. All I know is if they come into my home to try to hurt my wife, and if my kids were home, I'm not looking the other way. I'm not living by their lies. I don't know if I can articulate that any better. I'm not very good at that. But I'm just saying, I understand the love of Christ, but I also understand the protection of one's family, and that's the sword I'll fall on. So.
Hello, my name is Isabel Estrada, and I'm from Heritage Christian School. And I was wondering, you mentioned that millennials today and Zoomers, as you call Gen Z, they love socialism. And I was wondering, how did we get to this point when we had the great generation that fought fascism out of Asia and socialism out of Europe? How did America get to the point where socialism is the only correct moral option?
It's interesting. It sounds like I planted you in the audience. That's a brilliant question. Columbia University had a professor by the name of Todd Gitlin. He has since died just a few years ago. But back in the 60s, he and Bill Ayers and Bernardine Dohrn, friends of Barack Obama, right? The radical, the Weather Underground people from Students for Democratic Society, which was a socialist Marxist organization that, by the way, when William Buckley created Young Americans for Freedom, he created it as a counter to the Marxists and the socialists that were on campus. People like the guy I'm talking about. His name is Todd Gitlin. Well, latter part of the 60s, Todd Gitlin went from being a socialist, Marxist, revolutionary radical at Columbia, doing all the radical stuff that Columbia was known for, Madison too, University of Wisconsin-Madison, Berkeley, and he became a professor. Because they read Saul Alinsky, and Saul Alinsky said, look, you have to fight the enemy from within. You have to wear a tie and a suit and get a PhD or an EDD. You can't fight them in the streets. You have to get them in the classroom. You have to get them in the culture. You have to get them in the churches. This is an Italian Marxist by the name of Antonio Gramsci. And Gramsci's called it the long march through the institutions. He said it would take about 100 years. It was about 100 years ago when Gramsci, it's here now. And so the point is, Todd Gitlin from Columbia University said, Reagan became the governor of California, Nixon became the president of the United States, two California Republicans, right? He says, we lost the politics, but we won the textbooks. They won the classrooms. That's why when I started teaching many moons ago and I saw what was going on, I was speaking out and I was getting in trouble all the time for it because I knew the nature of the enemy, the ideological worldview of the enemy, and how they very cleverly sneak it into the curriculum. And I wouldn't tolerate that. Very anti-American. Very anti-Christian, by the way. Yeah, so, yeah, it's the textbooks. They want it through the classrooms. That's why you guys are a key component to what I call the new Great Awakening. Because we need a new Great Awakening of young Americans, your generation, that carry the mantle of the truth of this republic under God and the principles of limited government, constitutional limited government, and everything else that implies, the ramifications of that. Most of our politicians in Washington don't even go by the Constitution anymore. I'm sorry, I could get going on for a whole 2 hours on this, Madison. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
This is our last question.
Hi, I'm Leighton Spollinger. I am from Dos Pueblos High School here in Santa Barbara. And my question is, what are some other books that you recommend for us to read to better understand the dangers of communism?
Well, once again, I got to reiterate, Paul Kengor is the best. As far as I'm concerned, he's the best. The book Witness that I mentioned earlier, it has some great parts, but it gets it'll slow you down. Ben Shapiro's got a couple of great works out there. Dinesh D'Souza, United States of Socialism. Mark Levin, American Marxism. Ben Shapiro's book is, I think, The Authoritarian Rise. Charlie Kirk, I think, might have a couple of works out there. But a lot of those YAF speakers that I just mentioned, Shapiro, Dinesh, who was the other? Oh, Mark Levin. Go to their works. They're fantastic. American Marxism, United States of Socialism, Dinesh D'Souza. Yep.
Let's give one more round of applause for Dr. Jacobs. Alrighty, so this brings us to the conclusion of day 1 of our program. Students, I have some great news for you. I got you a bus, so we're not walking in the rain to the hotel. Please, please. Thank you. But I do have some important announcements before we hit the road. So, couple of things. Number 1, please make sure to wear your name tags all weekend. So you're not done with your name tags after tonight. Keep track of them. Bring them tomorrow. This is your ticket into all sessions. Also keep track of those because our staff emergency contact information is printed on the back. So if you need anything tonight or tomorrow, feel free to call or text any of those numbers anytime. Our phones will be on. If you have a question about what you should wear tomorrow and it's 2 in the morning, maybe save it. But otherwise, I will answer. I will answer.